Another day. Another day of fucking hot ass weather, bro. I need this shit to stop. I'm cooking over here, bro. What's up, though, Stanley and Gorilla? My fault, I'm a little late. I got a little lazy. I'll admit, I got a little lazy. I was trying out Wuthering Waves, too. So far, it's pretty fun. I didn't really do a whole lot in it so far, but... Alright. My file's fixed. I'll look at that something real quick. Okay. You're late and gay. No, nuh-uh, bruh. No, you're late, Doug. It's hot as balls still, man. You just have to cut it out. I'm sick of it. Dumb. That I can agree upon. Hate a motherfucker named Summer, Doug. Alright. It's time, bro. Episode 4. I really was debating if I wanted to stream today, but I decided to. I do want to play more Ace Attorney, so. It's a fire song. That's for the next game, though. That's Athena's theme for the next game. No suitcase. I got cold water, bro. I'll pass. Trial day? What do you mean trial day? No, I am really okay, Soup. Thanks, bro. I'll pass. Trial day, that's interesting. The Cosmic Turnabout. Not gonna lie, I'm intrigued. Alright, let's get the show on the road, bro. I'm already an hour late, we gotta go. But yeah, hope y'all doing well, man. So I got a little lazy. Okay, so we're back in the present, I think. The courtroom bombing incident. A terrible attack launched by the will of a madman. That incident perfectly symbolized the state of the legal world in this dark age of the law. Mr. Wright brought it to a resolution of sorts. Ted Tenate was discovered to be the one responsible for the bombing. If only it were that simple. Somehow I can't help but think. That there's a darker influence at work. One that's lurking in the shadows, waiting. That's why I want to review the trial that was taking place when the bombing occurred. After all, I've got more than a few personal stakes in it. That's right, they were doing a... We never heard about the case that was happening during the bombing. Ted and not Debt? Or Debt? Debt would have made sense. What's up, HY? Got you, bro. Have you tried Wuthering Waves yet, bro? Space Center.
1 hour remaining until launch. Please begin your final equipment check.
Check complete. Everything's A-okay. We're ready here whenever you are.
Come in at 2. Come in. Do you
Woo-wah.
copy?
The fact that you know it's called Woo-wah Gorilla is crazy. Yeah, the English dub isn't great. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not even been focusing on the story. I'm not intrigued. We'll try soon. Back to trying X Divine I go. Enjoy, bruh. Oh! Who got stabbed? Oh, shit. December 16th, 9:12 a.m. Time for another trial to begin. But this one is different. Sorry to bother you, but... Juniper. Are you alright, Apollo? Ah, was it making a scary face just now? Oh, hi, Juniper. Yes, I'm fine. I was just doing my Chords of Steel exercises. Now I'm all ready to go. Yes, knowing you, I'm sure you'll be just fine. Oh, I brought you a present from my garden. What the hell is that? Is this a lotus root? That's right. My grandma says lotus root is good for the eyes. She even says that if you look through the holes, it can help you see into the future. It's for good luck. Maybe later you can cook it in. Thanks for this. I'm gonna have some right now. Oh my. Kinda tough though. Can't eat it raw, but thank you for the enthusiastic try. Oops. If she didn't think me weird before, she will now. Gotta calm down. Apollo, I'm sorry I'm late. Hi, Athena. Junie, I didn't know you were coming today. Did you come to cheer Apollo on? Oh, I get it. You sly little thing, you. Athena, stop. Quit kidding around, Athena. The trial's about to start any second. Is everything all set? Still downloading? I thought you tried it yesterday, no? From what I've seen, a lot of people seem to be enjoying X Defiant. But I don't know, bruh. Ubisoft kind of scares me a little bit. Oh, Apollo. Apollo, when will you ever figure it out? Figure what out? What the hell? Wow. That was the longest sigh I've ever heard. This is it. It's all over for me. They're gonna find me guilty. This is our client, one Mr. Solomon Soul Starbuck. He's a very famous astronaut who happens to be an acquaintance of mine. You wouldn't know it right now, but he's a very upbeat and driven person. Starbuck. The scene of the crime this time happened to be the Cosmos Space Station. Back in high school, my best friend and I went there a little too much. But that's where we met Mr. Starbuck. We'd ask about space travel, and he launched into the story after story with so much passion. Yeah, it's Overwatch times God. It looks okay. I don't know if I'd play it, though. Are you sure you're okay with being my lawyer, Apollo? Of course I'm sure. I know you, Mr. Starbuck. I know you're not the type to commit murder. Thanks, but... I was supposed to be in space right about now. Bro, we're sighing up a storm. Give in to the Ubisoft. I already give in to one game. Even though that's one game too many, but... They want the money. Nope. I got my one Ubisoft game. He's so depressed, it almost seems like an act. The launch getting called off must have been a huge shock. I'll probably never get the chance to go to space again. Don't say that. Don't stop believing. Besides, you just have to go into space again. Yeah. I don't think I could face Clay in the afterlife if I just rot away in a cell. Which game was that? For Honor. Oh, yeah, that's cool. Clay Tarrant. I can't believe he was murdered. I mean, he was such a promising astronaut under your command. Yeah, he was a good guy. Always there to pick me up when I was down. No one loved life as much as him, that's for sure. He was always so full of energy telling me you're fine, Starbuck. Shit. How could something like this happen to a guy like him, huh? Ubisoft. Word. Let me run the company. I can do 10 times better. I've never seen Mr. Starbuck so down. Clay is gone and I'm going to prison. I wish I could burn up like a shooting star right now. Mr. Starbuck, you'll be fine. Ah! What is it? What's with the yelling? I'll get to the bottom of this today. You'll see. In exchange, I want you to go back into space for you and Clay. Promise? Cause of death. Oh, wow. Cause of death, stabbing the victim was discovered in the 3rd floor boarding lounge in the main building. Interesting. A close friend of mine. Oh, shit. Was this his best friend? Does that mean you have lots of evidence to prove my innocence? Oh, well, about that, we didn't get to investigate the area as much as I have liked, thanks to the police. I'm done for. I'm a goner. Everybody thinks I did it. Thought I was gonna soar like a comet, but I'm just gonna crash like a meteorite. No, don't say that, Mr. Starbuck. Don't count yourself out yet. I know it's hard to lose a teammate, but you gotta keep going. What about you, Apollo? What about me? I was just thinking, wasn't Clay your best friend? We need to focus on the trial right now. Are you all ready to go? Apollo. The trial's about to begin. The defense would please proceed into the courtroom. Okay, here we go. This is it. This is one trial I can't afford to lose. For Clay's sake and our clients, I will find Clay's killer. Damn. All rise. Hey, when the Starship game comes out. Last I enjoyed was the Avatar one. I ain't paying for the subscription again anytime soon. Yeah. I did for a little bit, I think, for Riders Republic, but I think I canceled it a while ago. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Excuse me, Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor? What happened to your eye? I'm fine. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Are you sure? I'm fine, Your Honor. The defense is ready. I'm sorry, Your Honor. He's been like this since yesterday. He keeps insisting it's just a sty. I suppose it's something he doesn't want to discuss. Maybe he's entering a touchy age. Very well. The prosecution? Blackwell. Of course, Doug. The prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence.
Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet. He broke his... already? The prosecution is now ready. Well, it didn't take him long didn't take him long this time. What's up with Blackwell? Now that I shall give the opening statement.
Silence.
I'll do it. You will? What an unexpected surprise. This time I can't leave it to anyone else. I see. Something is off with the two of you today. You both seem different somehow. Very well, Prosecutor Blackwell. Your opening statement, if you would. It was just yesterday. The crimes in question occurred at Cosmos Space Center. Ah, that famous federal research facility of all things related to astrology, right? Astronomy. It's astronomy. Anyway, a rocket was set to launch from there. But at 9:28 a.m., before they could even move the rocket to the launch site, two explosive devices were detonated and the launch was canceled. My word, 2 bombs? How dreadful. The defendant in today's trial is charged with the bombing and with murder. One Mr. Solomon Starbuck. For whatever inane reason, he detonated a bomb on the rocket he himself would be in. Solomon Starbuck? I recognize that name. Isn't he that famous astronaut? Correct your baldness. Mr. Starbuck was the pilot of Hat 1 rocket 7 years ago. As you may recall, despite some interstellar trouble, his mission was a success. Some say it was a miracle he returned alive. I suppose you could say he's a living legend. Oh, hey, that's me, dog. Oh, I remember now. He's become something of an international celebrity, right? They even turned that incident into a movie and everything. We got a real space pioneer in court today. But even heroes tumble from their lofty heights. Returning to the subject at hand. Ah, yes. The victim was one Mr. Clay Tarrant, a subordinate of the defendant. Indeed, a loyal disciple brutally stabbed to death by his mentor. Stabbed to death, you say? You mean his death wasn't a result of the bombing? Correct. Despite his lofty dreams, the victim was seen as an interloper by the defendant. Who was a huh? An astronaut? I wish, bruh. I don't know if I'd ever want to go to space. It's kind of scary if you think about it. And so he was sent not into space, but to the universe, which we mortals cannot see. Clay. I think I've heard enough. The case seems pretty clear-cut at this point. However, there's one thing I'm curious about. That metal box next to the witness stand. What purpose does it serve exactly? Since you asked so nicely, it's your coffin. Have mercy on me. I jest. Due to its immense size, we've little choice but to lay it where it rests now. We shall get to the contents of the box in due time. Phew! I feel like I just lost 50 years of my life. Does he even have 50 years left? Inner monologue, Athena. Inner monologue. Enough jabbering. Bobby Fulbright's the name, and justice we trust. Ah, Detective Fulbright. Very well then, please explain the details of this incident to the court, if you would. On it. First, take a look at this pamphlet from the Cosmos Space Station. Oh boy, Mooey's here. It's time to pack it up, bruh. In it, you'll find a diagram outlining the overall layout of the Space Center. Hey, here we are. More detailed look. Oh, here. For more of a detailed look at what's on this left side of this building, take a look at this cross section that we, the police, have created. See the launch pad in the main building? The launch pad is the square building, and the rounded structure is the main building, right? You got it. The incident took place in the launch pad 1 and in the main building's lounge. I'll be using this diagram during my testimony. It'll make it easier to understand. Details of the case. Just before the rocket was set to launch, 2 bombs went off. Boom! Boom! On the second floor of the space station's main building, and one in Launch Pad 1. Thankfully, the 2 astronauts were in Launch Pad 1 at the time. The 2 of them managed to make it back as far as the boarding lounge. But after the escape, one of the 2 was found stabbed to death. A murder on top of a bombing. Detective, the victim was already dead by the time you arrived at the lounge, correct? Yep. Thinking he'd sabotaged the bombing, the defendant killed him right there on the rocket. Just look at this tragic photo. Oh my, is that a knife in the victim's chest? Yes, Your Honor. It's the knife that cruelly ended this young man's dreams. We couldn't get any prints off it, though, because the defendant was in his spacesuit. By the way, Detective Fulbright, why are the victim's helmet and right glove absent in this photograph? We had to remove them to identify him, Your Honor. I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all. Yes, it would be very difficult to identify him without a face or fingerprints. Now, there's just one more thing I'd like to inquire about. What is this round thing next to the victim in this photo? Something so important to the victim, he took it with him as he escaped the launch pad. A capsule that apparently contains asteroid samples. While obviously valuable for research purposes, it has no relation to this case. I see. Clearly he's guilty, Your Honor. Nuh-uh, bruh. I object. So, we know that the bomb in the main building was on the second floor. But where is the bomb that was in the launch pad 1 located? That was on the rocket itself. It was situated around the center part of the rocket. Apparently, the area around the launch pad's elevator was a sea of flames. I would like to submit this diagram to a report into the record. The trial's just started. We're already in a bind. You get used to it. Besides, that's what cross-examination's for, right? What the 2 astronauts were doing during the bombing. That'll be the key. New press.
Hold it!
How powerful were the explosions? Well, the one in the main building wasn't strong enough to bring the place down. But the room it went off in was burned black. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. Due in large part, of course, to me stepping up to lead the evacuation. Wait, what were you doing in there in the first place, Detective Fulbright? I'm Bobby Fulbright, hero of justice. I'll be there wherever and whenever people need my help. I go to the other side of the world or even the edge of the universe. I'm not sure he knows how far that actually is, but I guess I'll leave that one alone. Admirable decision, Justice Dono. Huh? What do you decide? Anyway. However, the security cameras and whatnot were running on emergency backup. And how did the evacuation go? I immediately and heroically whisked people down to the Space Center's basement shelter. Demonic brudge sit. The basement shelter? Yes, there's an emergency shelter beneath the Space Center. An emergency shelter, huh? Oh, here it is. It's at the bottom of the diagram. I love fucking Arnold Palmer, bro. The Arizona Arnold Palmer? This shit is so good. I haven't had one of these in so long. The Space Center is pretty impressive to have its own shelter. Bombs went off despite tight security. Police officers and riot police who had been standing by gave the evacuation instructions. The power outage and evacuation seem unrelated to the murder at this point. I guess I'll leave that aside for now. So there were 2 explosions in total, correct? Yep, that's right. Okay.
Hold it!
Let me get this straight. Mr. Starbuck rigged a rocket he was going to board with explosives? Huh? What are you talking about? If the defendant really did plant the bomb on his own rocket, he'd get caught in the explosion as well. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Fine, a simpleton for a simpleton. Fulbright, the motive. Understood. The defendant actually had astrophobia. Astrophobia? What's that? A fear of space, naturally. Just the thought of space can cause the afflicted to freeze up. And so, in his terror, the defendant found a way to stop the launch at the last minute. That's absurd. Unfortunately for you, we have evidence. Take a look at these. What are they? The anti-anxiety tablets were found among the defendant's possessions. Apparently, he was taking them in secret to quell his fear. There were a multitude of problems with the rocket Mr. Starbuck rode 7 years ago. Rumor has it threatened to crash a number of times as well. That was, of course, very traumatic for Mr. Starbuck.
Objection!
But that doesn't mean he'd go so far as to blow up his own ship.
Silence!
The defendant couldn't bear to mar his good name, now could he? No, not after the media had branded him sole Starbuck space pioneer extraordinaire. Given these conditions, the defendant could have hardly run away like some base mutt. What? So that's why you think he resorted to the bombing? Naturally. He constructed this act of sabotage in an attempt to blow up the Space Center, which would effectively abort the launch, but spare his reputation. Now, I'm sure you understand why we have to bring justice down on this atrocious criminal. Excuse me. Excuse me again. Excuse me.
Hold it!
Are you sure it was only the two of them? It was just before the spaceship was set to launch, so of course it was only the two of them. Well, there could have been somebody else inside that rocket.
Silence!
Silence! The notion of a third party in Launch Pad 1 is utterly absurd. Oh my god, I got the hiccups. Jesus Christ. Just to enter the area from the lounge, one must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device. It allowed me to stay up front. Oh my god, up front that there were a precious few. Oh my god, with the clearance to do so. Jesus Christ. A fingerprint recognition device sounds as futuristic and complex as a space center. Actually, it's not as mazy as you think, Your Honor. Take a look at this photo. This is the door in the lounge with the fingerprint lock. Only personnel whose fingerprints are registered can pass through. I see. That is very different from what I have had in mind. And is there a record of the number of people that passed through that door yesterday? Yes, there were only 3. The defendant, the victim, and the director of Space Center, Yuri Cosmo. Then doesn't that mean it's possible that the director is the one who did it? Not a chance. He was in the main building when the bombs exploded at 9:28, doing his job directing the launch. Besides having an alibi, he has no motive for committing these senseless acts. He has a point. I guess the director can't be considered a suspect then.
Hold it!
So it would appear that the pair barely escaped with their lives. In actuality, one of them had already been murdered inside the rocket. That's the angle the prosecution wants to push, correct? You got it. In fact, that's what I've been trying to say this whole time. If the victim had been alive, he would have for sure tried to stop the bombing. Is there any chance Mr. Tarrant could have been killed before he boarded the rocket? They were both alive and well at boarding time, and embarked under their own power. Their hearts full of hopes and dreams of space. And then both of their hopes and dreams were dashed. If I may continue my explanation, after the evacuation order was given, the defendant made his escape, carrying the victim to make it look like a rescue.
Hold it!
And who was the first one to find the victim? Oh, Nat's here too. Actually, there was 2 people. Sorry, I didn't get to read that. The Space Center director, Yuri Cosmo, and Detective Candace Arms. She was the one that died in the bombing. One of them was a detective? Yep, Detective Arms specializes in bombings, you see. She and the director were ordering the evacuation following the explosions. They were also worried about the astronauts, so they hurried over to the boarding lounge. That's when they discovered the victim along with the defendant. 2 witnesses, huh? And one of them is a detective. I doubt either one would have anything to say that would help me. I think that pretty much covers the details of this case. Only the victim and the defendant were on the launch pad when the former was killed. If this is the truth, then only Mr. Starbuck could have carried out this crime. What little could I get out of him only hurt my case. Justice Dono. Foolish is the warrior who rushes headlong into battle. Preparation is an essential element of battle, so I advise you to take a gander at this. What is it? Footage from a security camera. And as the 2 astronauts emerged from the bowels of the Launch Pad 1 corridor. The boarding launch security camera captured their desperate escape. Now would direct your attention to what the defendant is shouldering, which you can see is none other than the lifeless body of the victim. This lines up exactly with what the prosecution's been asserting. But why was he holding interesting. I should have known Blackwell would have something like this ready. Apollo? How exactly did they determine that Clay was already gone in that footage? Ah, I see what you mean. Whether Clay was still alive at that point is pretty crucial. Your Honor, please take another look at the footage. It is possible that Mr. Terran was still alive here and that Mr. Starbuck was helping him? I believe you're right. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship.
Silence.
Perhaps that's what it looks like to a one-eyed hothead in a dotard. But it only makes sense if it's a victim's dead body. What do you mean? Fulbright, explain it to Justice Dono. You got it. Ready, kid? The murder occurred in the lounge. Someone could have spotted it. Anyone can enter the lounge after all. But doing it while they're alone in the spaceship, that's a horse of a different color.
Objection!
But you can't deny that there's a possibility the murder could have happened in the lounge. All that video shows is a man helping his fellow astronaut out.
Silence.
Your assertion is based on emotion. It's based on your belief that Mr. Starbuck would surely help his own disciple. We have no logical explanation as to why the victim could still be alive. Unfortunately, Mr. Justice, the prosecution is right. Your argument is lacking in sound logic. But it sounded perfectly logical to me. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further objections, I believe it's time to bring this cross-examination to a close. Objections? Well, Your Honor, the defense requests a little time to think and regroup. Given the facts, I'm not sure I see the need. What is it, Athena? It's just, there's something that's been bothering me. If it isn't the defense stalling for time as always. Very well. I'm feeling generous. You may have a small measure of time. Yes. You have 5 seconds. 5 seconds? After that, I declare this cross-examination to be closed and a verdict to be rendered. Your baldness, raise your gavel high. It's time for a countdown. Oh! Ready? We don't have time. Spit it out, Athena. Only 3 more seconds. Look, I don't think the prosecution's explanation is very complete. Meaning there's something missing. Like they conveniently left it unexplained. Something they didn't explain. Something they didn't explain. You're right. I think I know what you're talking about. Your 5 seconds are up, Mr. Justice. that footage. If he died to stabbing, where's the fucking knife in the fucking blood? That's what I was thinking. There's nothing there. And why is he holding the case? Interesting. Is there anything about the prosecution's argument you'd like to rebut? Yes, Your Honor. Actually, there is. There's something the prosecutors have yet to make clear to this court. If you put it that way. Why the body was moved, the motive. Oh, we already got the motive. They fail to explain why Mr. Starbuck would bother bringing the body back at all. If the defendant wanted to kill the victim, why didn't he just leave the body in the rocket? Why go through the trouble of bringing them all the way back to the boarding lounge? Oh, that's true. I don't think we've heard the prosecution's thoughts on that yet. That's because they have none, Your Honor. After all, how does one explain something so illogical? The prosecution is claiming that the defendant moved the victim's dead body. But what if the entire premise of the argument is wrong? Well, let's hear your theory, Mr. Justice. The defense proposes the defendant didn't kill the victim. He was helping him. Ah! Do you think Blackwell has a leash on the judge's balls or something? I mean, he is like an ex-convict, and the judge is scared of him, so... I wouldn't be surprised. My fault. Hold on. Okay. Oh shit, I didn't read that. Inform him exactly why Space Boy moved the victim. What's up, Joe? Huh? You've got to be joking. It's simple. Mr. Starbuck did what he did to direct suspicion away from himself. He wanted to create the impression he heroically risked his life to save his partner. That's why he made sure to make it to the security camera so there'd be a record. At the very least, he appears to have achieved success with you and the old man. Ah. The average person wearing a spacesuit weighs easily over 200 pounds. Yo, Joel, what's he yapping about, bro? Saving the life of a partner who weighs as much while trying to escape deadly flames. What a dramatic sob story fit for the silver screen. Indeed, I was completely taken in by the humanity of the story. You see? Yet the true ending is that all the traces of his hammy act were meant to be blown up. Yeah, I'm enjoying X-Defiant W's. I'm glad you're enjoying it, bro. What are you talking about? There's no third explosion. Yes, and now we arrive at the thrilling conclusion, the third explosion.
Silence.
Silence. Indeed, you are correct. But that is thanks to Detective Arm. It was she who identified and secured the bomb. However, it doesn't change the fact that the third bomb was discovered in the lounge. The steel coffin besides the witness stands. That would be a bomb transport case. We used that to transport the deactivated bomb here. It was found in the lounge. A bomb... Oh, it's the elephant. One on the second floor of the main building, one on the launch pad, and one in the lounge. The defendant planned to set off 3 firework displays. Fortunately, the third was discovered before it could be detonated had it not. The victim's body and the vital evidence would surely have been immolated.
Objection!
Boom. Yeah. Before you utter a word, know that the evidence supports me. Ugh. It's like he's reading my mind. And it is still undergoing forensic investigation. I do not have the evidence on hand. However, know that a peculiar item was found in one of Mr. Starbuck's pockets. Oh, it's the switch. So yeah, this is the case that was going on as the bomb exploded, by the way. For anybody that just showed up. So we're still kind of in the past a little bit, but... And it looks like the person that died was Apollo's best friend. So... And we don't know why he has the bandage around his eye. I suspect the defendant had no time to destroy such damning evidence. The Space Center director and the Detective Arm stumbled across the murder, so he thought to hide it in his pocket, feeble-brained. No, Mr. Starbuck would never do anything like that. Justice Dono. Open your eyes and see the truth. There appears to be irrefutable evidence that the accused set off the explosions. No, there has to be some kind of mistake. This can't be the truth. Still can't accept it? You'll believe in your client, come what may. Then why don't you cross-examine the defendant himself? This has got to be a trap. It's like Blackwell's controlling the entire game. Yeah, it seemed like he was waiting for me to bring up the body moving issue. Why do you say that? Because he had just the right argument when I pointed it out. To really rub it in, he had a decisive piece of evidence up his sleeve, too. He was trying to shake my faith in Mr. Starbuck and break me down. Then making you cross-examine Mr. Starbuck at this point was part of his plan, too? Totally underhanded, but I wouldn't expect anything less from him. Now let us hear from the arch-villain, the fiendish murderer himself, famed astronaut Solomon Starbuck. He sighs really loud. Witness your name and occupation, please. Solomon Starbuck, astronaut. How did this happen? Mr. Starbuck, you aren't looking very well. Will you be able to give testimony? No. Well, unfortunately, no is not an option. You are being accused of the Space Center bombing and the murder of Clay Tarrant. Please testify to these allegations. Mind if I take the suit off? It's getting really heavy.
Silence.
It's not the weight of the suit that you feel, but of your sins. Prepare to carry that weight for the rest of your life. Banish me to the moon. I don't care anymore. Wow. That was super negative. Is he going to be all right up there? He'll be fine, I think. As long as he doesn't totally give up and say he did it. He did it, that is. Oh, now he looks pissed. I didn't kill him. All I did was support Clay over my shoulder and get us out of the rocket. Like always, I took the elevator down to the middle level and headed for the corridor. Clay passed out by the time we got to the order. By the time we got the order to evacuate. I didn't kill Clay. I was trying to save him. So you assert you didn't set off the bombs or murder the victim. But I bet you think I'm lying, right? I reserve all judgment until after I've heard your full testimony. I'm sure you don't believe me. I bet you don't even believe I'm an astronaut. I don't think the judge doubts that. Who'd wear a suit like that except an astronaut? I'll say that when I saw you in that movie, you appeared quite courageous, though I suppose reality never quite lives up to the fantasy. I guess I'm just a big disappointment. I really don't care what happens anymore. Wow. Oh no, he's completely given up. What a depressing fellow. If you were to join me in the clink, I imagine that annoying sighing of yours would rub off on the other inmates. Like how it rubbed off on Prosecutor Blackwell a second ago. Huh? That was Blackwell sighing? Mr. Starbuck's testimony contains a glaring contradiction. The question is, what does it mean? Even if Mr. Starbuck is my client, I can't be gun shy now. It's time to find out the truth. Coolio. Hey, man. All right, I gotta piss real quick. Give me 2 seconds, fellas. I'm just gonna leave it on this one. Super quick. Alright, I'm back. Taking hours? I'm here, you bum. Alright. All I did was support Clay over my shoulder.
Hold it!
So what you're saying is that the victim was still alive at the time? Staring is such a dumb emote. I love it. Staring. Of course, he was alive and well.
Silence!
Silence. If so, then you admit you took a man who was alive and well and silenced him permanently with this? What? No. Black hole confirmed. Dead ahead.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, you were not in space. Please give your testimony seriously. It was just nerves, but maybe I shouldn't say. Maybe I should have said he was alive and well. It was more like he was slumped over. Those are completely opposite ends of the spectrum. He's getting what?
Hold it!
Is that elevator inside the launch pad area? That's right. We always use it to get to and from the cockpit. I don't even know what's going on in this game anymore. Well, cause never mind, Doug. That makes sense. So he was just using the route he always used. In spite of the fact that there had been just an explosion? Huh? I think Mr. Starbuck is hiding something. Something pretty big. Okay, there is an elevator.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, I need your testimony to be as accurate as possible. Was I not being accurate? No, because it's impossible for you to have taken the elevator down to the middle level. What makes you say that, Mr. Justice? Please recall where the bombing went off in Launchpad 1. Also recall that after the explosion, the middle level elevator was engulfed in flames. Oh, you're right. Which means... Exactly. The Launchpad's elevator would have been unusable. In other words... Mr. Starbuck, your statement is decidedly inconsistent with the facts. What's with the helmet? Mr. Command, do you read me? Come in, please.
Objection!
This is Mr. Command. I urge you to pay attention. Stop this nonsense and answer my question, Mr. Starbuck. My helmet! Ah! My oxygen tank! Oxygen concentration and body temperature declining, requesting medical assistance. Dedge. Ayo, what the fuck going on, cuh? Ayo, what the fuck, Bendy? Ayo, what the fuck, Bendy? What's going on? So we're doing we are in the middle of the trial during the, so I don't know if you were here for the first case, but in the first case there was the bombing of the court. This was the case when the bombing happened, pretty much. Because before we didn't actually know what the case was before it, so here we are. Please stop pretending you have lost consciousness and stand back up. And pretty much what we're doing right now, we don't know why Apollo has the eye patch on, or like the bandage around his eye. We do know that his best friend that he keeps talking about in the game, his name was Clay. He was stabbed to death, so that's why he's so serious, I think, because his best friend died. I feel like we all just got a real glimpse of Solomon Starbuck, the astronaut. Yeah, he seems more like an astronaut now than when he was doing all that sighing. This is Clay. This was his best friend. Mr. Starbuck, could you Can you please explain the inconsistency in your statement about how you use the middle level elevator? I was nervous and said the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I actually took a different route, I think. A different route? I hope you're able to deliver a straight story this time. I'll get it right this time. Maybe. No, I mean probably. Probably. It's understandable to be nervous, but let me remind you, accuracy is paramount in court. He looked cool. He did look cool. My escape route. Let's see. My escape route. What I said before was a mistake. I remember now. I took a different route. Maybe, probably, with the capsule and clay in my arms, I made my way down from the upper level. What? So you're saying you escaped without using the elevator? That's right. There's a ladder that spans the upper and middle levels. I used that ladder to get to the middle level. Luckily, the fire hadn't reached the ladder, so we could make our escape that way. And the capsule you mentioned, I suppose you mean the thing next to Mr. Terran here? Was the capsule that important that you'd risk your life to take it with you? It almost goes without saying, but yeah, the capsule contains asteroid samples. Therefore, it's invaluable as research material. With his spacesuit on, Clay weighed a ton, but securing the capsule was also important.
Objection! Hold it! Hold it! Objection! 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 Silence!
What the fuck? Hey! How long was I muted for? Hey! How long was I muted for? Jesus fuck! Who was gonna tell me? Why do y'all do this to me, bruh? I've been talking this entire time. I said I'm feeling like an 8 right now. Where's AI Ghoulius? Non-existent, bruh. Man, what? I don't think it was too far ago. God damn it. How you fucking hit the mute button? I was grabbing some Cheez-Its and I didn't want y'all to hear. So I muted my mic and I guess I forgot to unmute it, bruh. It's like the game was telling you to show some evidence. Man, what? Holy fuck, bruh. Oh, motherfucker should have said something.
Objection!
God damn it. Then shouldn't it be impossible to stab someone through it as well? It should. And yet, through sheer coincidence, the knife slipped through a weak spot in the suit structure and found its way to its target. What are the chances? Man, no. Been yapping this entire time, bro. You forgot that our killer is an astronaut himself with knowledge of how the suit works. He's got me there. And now my argument has been proven. Spaceboy killed the victim in the rocket and then dropped his body from the upper level. After climbing down, he shouldered the body and made sure the camera recorded them. There's no room for debate about these facts. It is clear that Solomon Starbuck is the only one who could have killed Clay Tarrant. Why can't you just say... I mean... How do you know that's Starbuck, though? Their masks are on. Here, the report regarding the astronaut's action tape. Consider it my send-off gift. Feel free to use it as payment across the river Styx. Victim tank was ruptured with 0% left. The defendants had 80%. Remaining oxygen is displayed on the left shoulder. Hey, this report is pretty detailed. Oh, it says 50 right there. I don't think that's what space will prevent you from getting stabbed, even modern ones. Yeah. Let's see. The display on the astronaut's left shoulder shows the oxygen remaining. I guess that means these glowing cyan digits represent the amount of oxygen in the tank. I'm done for. I'm going to prison instead of space. Space boy. Yes? Take heart. The bejeweled night sky is still beautiful even when viewed through the bars. You mean the stars that I've seen from the prison? That's right. Your cell will be your spaceship. Picture the view through the iron bars. It's like being an astronaut in your own craft for all time. That's not a half bad thought. Mr. Starbuck. Prosecutor Blackwell got it to him good. Spaceship prison cell. Fly me, my guilt, and my despair into the deepest, darkest space. I'm not muting my mic anymore, bro, because I'm going to forget. Y'all got to hear the crinkling, dog, because this is ridiculous. I'm not muting my mic again. Fuck! My Cheez-Its. Spaceship prison cell. Fly me, my guilt, and my despair into the deepest, darkest space. And then, let's get sucked into a black hole together.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, you can't give up hope. Cheez-Its. It's the buffalo wing Cheez-Its. They're so good. Oh, yes, Apollo? You know, Clay really looked up to you. He said you're an incredible man. He said you never give up your dreams and passion for space, no matter the situation. Share? Say ah, bruh. He said that? So don't give up now and help me prove your innocence. For the sake of the man who respected you and believed in you, Clay Tarrant. For Clay. You're wasting your breath. Oh shit. Ah! I got you, bro. Apollo, thank you. I can see things clearly now. Mr. Starbuck? I'm fine now. Thanks for reminding me of my life's mission. Right. We'll both be fine. I'll prove you're innocent. You'll see. And after that, we'll get you back into space. Rah! You've ignited the booster rockets of my soul. I'm on fire. I am Solomon Starbuck, astronaut, a cosmic hero chosen by the universe itself. This is no time to be whimpering and crying. I can't let you and Clay down. Balderdash. The sun. The moon. All of space is calling me. Solomon Soul Starbuck. Ready for launch. Begin the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off! Fucking judge. Well, I feel like I've witnessed an actual rocket launch. Apollo, you did it! You broke Prosecutor Blackwell's grip over Mr. Starbuck. I can't take the credit. It was all Mr. Starbuck. He pulled himself through. Few simpletons are done massaging one another's egos. No matter how positive your mood, my advantage remains unshakable. I have but to wait for the final guilty verdict. Isn't that right, your boundless? God, can't let up now. I have to stop Blackwell. I have to see this through. Mr. Starbuck just has to make it back into space. Aww. That's a pretty-ass picture, dog. I won't allow Clay's dream to remain unfulfilled. I've got to destroy Blackwell's arguments somehow. Think, Justice, think. If the only people at Launchpad 1 were Clay and Mr. Starbuck, and if Clay was already dead by the time this footage was taken, then the only person who could have killed him is Mr. Starbuck. So the only way to counter Blackwell's argument is if I can prove that Clay was still alive when they arrived at the boarding lounge. In which case, I should be able to find some contradiction in the evidence itself. Where's the knife? Now let's see. About this data we just received. This supposedly proves that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay's body in the launch pad. But if I want to prove that false, then there must be something I can use here. Enough of this farce, your baldness. Let's have your verdict.
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, you seem to be in quite a hurry to rush to the verdict. But about this oxygen tank data you submitted just now? It says that Mr. Starbuck had 80% remaining while Mr. Terrence had 0. Do you stand by the accuracy of this report? Of course. Now I guess it simply means that it's faulty, as evidence goes. You will explain what you mean, Justice Dono. It's simple. This evidence contradicts the facts of this case. Take a look at that. Take a look here. As a detailed description, you'll see what I mean. I hope you have some evidence, Mr. Justice, because I don't see what's so contradictory. Yes, Your Honor, right away. Because the thing says 50.
Take that!
And how does this evidence present a contradiction? The problem is this part here.
Take that!
Note the remaining oxygen in Mr. Starbuck's tank as he carries Mr. Terran. It appears to say 50. Yes, but according to the data, our client tank had 80% remaining. The oxygen in the tank increased? I see. Your Honor finds it as strange as I do. It's bad enough that there's a contradiction, but the increase in oxygen is beyond the logical. Oh my, you're absolutely right. What is going on here?
Silence!
I too find it odd that the oxygen remaining has increased. It would be as odd as if my rashes were to increase. Silence! But what does that prove? It doesn't change the fact that it is the defendant carrying the victim's corpse.
Objection!
Huh. I'm gonna bet you don't get more rations because you don't abide by the rules. Either way, the oxygen remaining shouldn't increase just as your rations don't increase. Therefore, this new information is critical. We can't overlook it.
Silence!
Well done, Julius Dono. Thanks, Bendy Dono. In that case, do you have an answer to this riddle of the mysterious increasing oxygen? You better not disappoint, or I'll declare the inconsistency as mere equipment malfunction. Prosecutor Blackwell has a point. I suppose it could be a simple malfunction. Mr. Justice, if you cannot provide an adequate counter-argument to this point, I'm afraid I must bring this trial to an end. So do you think you can explain why the remaining oxygen level increased? Of course I can. Oh my god. Excuse me. The thing to do at the time like this is turn my thinking around. Mr. Starbuck has no memory of it, but he claims to have carried clay. So this man with the 50 on his tank ought to be Mr. Starbuck. But if anything, the display on his oxygen tank should have shown 80. This is a clear contradiction between the report and the security footage. So what I should be asking is why did the oxygen level increase? But what had to have happened to make it look like it increased? I'm making some kind of mistake in my base assumptions here? Well, Mr. Justice, we're waiting. Come on, you're doing this. We got this. W's. The victim was carrying the defendant. What if it was the other way around? The other way around? Could you explain, Mr. Justice? As you can see, Your Honor, both men had their helmets on this footage. But it turns out, this is where our base assumptions went astray. We assumed that it was Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Terran, but it was the other way around. It wasn't Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Terran at all. It was Mr. Terran who was helping Mr. Starbuck to the boarding lounge. Hey. I'll keep saying it every single time it comes on. My favorite Pursuit music, Doug. It was what? W assumption, Julius Dono. Thank you, Julio Dono. You gonna tell me that the person on the right in this image is the victim, Clay Terran? It's the only way the riddle of the increasing oxygen level can be solved, Your Honor. At this point in time, the remaining oxygen in the victim's tank was at 50%. And when the victim was found in the boarding lounge, his tank was at 0%. That's right. There's nothing contradictory about the oxygen level decreasing. This means Mr. Terran was alive as they made their escape to the lounge.
Silence!
How short your memory is. Have you forgotten what you yourself proposed? Even the victim was alive at this point in time. How did he descend the ladder with his arms full?
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, you can't hurt me with a broken blade. Oh! Oh! God his ass. Otaku? W-Otaku, bro. Daughter's clamp. Excuse me? It's true that we don't know how they got down the ladder. I suppose that matter needs further investigating. But we have proof that Mr. Tarrant was alive when he reached the boarding lounge. This fact alone shatters your claims and opens up the possibility that the victim could have been killed by a third party. There were two people who claimed to be the first on the scene. But can we truly trust their statements? Let's see. Two people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmo, right? Do you think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging. It seems we'll have to hear the testimony of these first two people on the scene. Score! Come to think of it, Detective Arm should be here in the courtroom now. Bailiff, could you please show Detective Arm to the stand? Not you, bruh. Oh my god. So Arm was the person that died in the first case from the bombing. And he was the one, supposedly he was the one that did the bombing. But right now, Apollo thinks that he wasn't the one that did the bombing. There's like a deeper, darker secret. I have an announcement, everyone. What's the meaning of this? We're in the middle of a trial here. Please remain calm and listen carefully. Someone has reactivated the bomb. Okay, so this is where the bomb fucking explodes. The bomb was defused, but it's about to explode. Yes. Oh! A bomb? Now? Everybody run! Oh no, everybody's panicking.
Silence.
Headless chickens with a death wish, the lot of you. Calm yourselves before all else. Come on, Apollo, let's get out of here. What about Mr. Starbuck's dream? And who will carry out Clay's final wish? I don't care what happens to me. I'm not letting some bomb blow the truth up forever. Aw, bruh. I refuse to let things end here. Apollo, this is no time to be dramatic. If we don't get out of here now, we're gonna die. Come on, this way. Hey, ouch, let me go. Apollo! Juniper? She hasn't evacuated yet? Juniper, are you alright? Apollo, no, not that way. Oh, Jesus. So yeah, this is pretty much what happened. Because Juniper was still in the court and Apollo went back for her and he suffered even more injuries. This motherfucker Apollo finna fist fight the bomb. Literally. Bro's like, no! I'm not dying to some damn bomb. In the middle of the Space Center bombing trial, we had another bombing incident. This one destroyed courtroom number 4. Furthermore, Apollo suffered massive injuries from being there when the bomb went off. Unfortunately, Juniper Woods was fingered as the courtroom bomber, which is crazy to think about, bruh. Athena and I knew she had to be innocent, so we took her case on. We managed to clear Miss Woods' name. But Apollo sustained further injuries when he was attacked by Ted tonight. So now I think we're finally back in the present. Apollo's a tough guy, but this is taking its toll on him. Yeah, poor guy being attacked by Tenate like that on top of all his other injuries. Bro is bandaged and wound up. I'm gonna guess this coat is Clay's coat. Apollo is resting at the nearby Hickfield Clinic. Not that motherfucker, bruh. I've had some experience with that place myself. Not that fucking guy. What an awful turn of events. I never thought he'd land in a hospital of all places. You must miss him too, huh? Now you don't have anybody to tease. Don't worry, he's young. He'll heal quickly and be back before you know it. Aw, that is her brother. So step maybe, but it's been a while since I last saw Trucy look so down. He won the court case, yet nobody feels much like celebrating. All right, enough of this, people. This is not the time to be moping around. Now dry those eyes, both of you. You're the one who's crying, Athena. Technicalities. Look, we have work to do. We have to take over. Take over what exactly? Apollo Space Center case, of course. As no verdict has been reached, there's still a chance. I agree with Athena. We should pick up Mr. Starbuck's defense. We have to avenge our fallen comrade, right, Daddy? Apollo hasn't exactly fallen. He's still alive, you know. Good. Now that that's settled, let's get going. Come on, we gotta run. Wait, right now? Now? You better not be running the whole way. There she goes. I better go catch up. Can you take care of the office, Trucy? Sure thing, Daddy. Let's be careful out there. In the meantime, I'm gonna bake some cookies and fill up my magic panties for you. Trucy seems to be feeling a little better. Can always count on Athena to perk everybody up with her enthusiasm. Oh, she's back. Don't mind me, just forgot a few things. Wallet, phone, the documents, my bag. Sounds more like you forgot everything. Can always count on Athena for that, too. All right, you two. Let's be careful out there. Are we sure we aren't in the future now? Yeah, you're done, movie. So our client is Solomon Starbuck. He's so famous, even I've heard of him. That's right. He's still a super famous astronaut who works at the Cosmos Space Center. He was actually up in space 7 years ago. I seem to know quite a bit about him. Now I'm all excited to meet the man. Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. Apollo told me all about you. You're Phoenix Wright, Apollo's mentor, right? Yes, that's right. Mentor has a nice ring to it. Don't worry about a thing, Mr. Starbuck. Mr. Wright and I have got you covered. Ah, and you're the new kid that Apollo told me about. Wait, don't I know you from somewhere? Huh? You mean, other than at your trial? I don't think so. I guess so. My mistake. Wait, does he know her? My memory isn't what it used to be. My mind and body are kaput. Same goes for my life. I mean, I'm so astronomically unlucky that I had a bomb go off in the middle of my trial. Kinda sus there if you ask me, dog. Trying to defend me would be like trying to enter the stratosphere without a spacecraft. Yikes. Seriously gotta stop depressing himself. Cheer up, Mr. Starbuck. Besides, that thing you said about entering the stratosphere, that just means we'd shine like shooting stars, right? Like shooting stars, huh? You know, you're right. Why didn't I think of that? After all, that's what we were all put on this earth to do, right? To shine like stars. Guess I shouldn't mention the fact that shooting stars burn out in a flash. Oh yeah, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Okay, bro. Yeah, I feel alive now. You can go ahead and ask me anything you want. Is that really all it takes? So you have no memory at all of the incident? I'm so ashamed. My memory of the time is as black and as clouded as a dark nebula. Still, it's strange you don't remember a thing. Are you sure you didn't take one of those anti-anxiety pills like they said at the trial? It is true I developed a fear of space because of what happened 7 years ago. I was taking medication secretly every now and then when my anxiety got bad. Having a fear of space is not something an astronaut could brag about, you know. The so-called Hat 1 miracle? That must have been a terrifying experience. But I'm still an astronaut at heart, come what may. I would never take drugs that might impede my performance just before a launch. That launch meant everything to me. That's more certain than the theory of relativity. Holy fuck. Seems like a completely different person now. He's the face of the astronaut I know. But the tranquilizers were found in your system. Yeah, see, that's the thing. But I don't know why. I'm done for. If you didn't take them, then maybe someone slipped them to you? Exactly, that's what I thought. Must have been the real culprit. My medication was in my locker. Anyone could have gotten their hands on it. Maybe the real culprit also planted the detonator switch in your pocket? Yeah, that's gotta be it. I've been framed. I'll say. They even managed to plant your print on the switch before slipping it in. It's a real possibility. Do you remember anything else that might be relevant? Anything at all, no matter how small, like about the murder weapon, for example. That knife. I think it came from one of the Space Center's utility kits. Utility kits? Yeah, staff who work on machinery are are given these special tools kits to use. Locked in. Locked the fuck in. All the technicians have them, so I doubt you could prove whose knife it is. As I recall, your last trip into space was 7 years ago, right? That's right. It was a pretty rough experience. During that mission, we had all kinds of problems with the craft. We did? What kind of problems? Power failure, oxygen leakage, busted radio, cracked windows, loose control column. The heat shield came off as we were entering the atmosphere. I thought I was a goner. But I managed to make it somehow with the popsicles and ice packs from the freezer. No wonder they dubbed it the Hat 1 miracle. It's a miracle you made it back. Space is a boundless place. That's why it continues to capture people's imaginations. But the vastness of space shows us how insignificant we are in the scheme of things. The darkness just goes on forever and ever without end. There was nobody else there. Nobody was gonna come save me. I was all alone. All alone. With nothing to listen to but the sound of my own breathing and heartbeat. I kept scrambling to make repairs, but I couldn't keep my hands from shaking. An experience like that would make anybody afraid to go up into space. With the experience you had, weren't you dreading this mission? What? No way. Of course not. Even now, I want to go up into space so bad I can barely stand it. I want to shake off the Earth's gravity and escape velocity and spin around weightless. But you have to admit, it was pretty harrowing. Weren't you even a tiny bit afraid? I was afraid, of course I was. Still am. But space is a man's final frontier, an unknown world. Cosmic truth is out there waiting for us somewhere. Cosmic truth, huh? I guess there are people looking for the truth in every walk of life. No matter how afraid I am, I'm sure I can manage. If I give in to my fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up and keep up the fight. One thing's for sure, Mr. Starbuck's passion for space is undeniably the real deal. Is it outer space or just space? What a question, Gorilla. I don't really know how to answer that. Bridge shit. What? Guess it's technically just space.
I looked it up.
What was it, bruh? The victim, Clay Tarrant. He was kind of like your protege, wasn't he? Well, it wasn't a big exaggerated deal like that, master and apprentice or anything like that. But Clay did think of me as his mentor. The mentor and the protege. What a combination they must have been. Oh. With his encouragement, I knew I could get over my fear and go back into space. But now... Clay must have been very encouraging, huh? Yeah, it's funny, really. Whenever I'd hear him shout, "You're fine," I always got the feeling everything really was gonna be just fine. You're fine. Apollo says I'm fine too, and you're fine. All the time, too. And I always feel encouraged, too, whenever I hear him shout it. Yeah, Clay and Apollo were best buds. They used to come visit the Space Center a lot ever since they were high school kids. One day out of the blue, Clay even told me he wanted to be my protege. Those two hung around the Space Center so much they were like a part of the staff. One time during Zero-G trading, I started to panic a little bit. The two of them took turns shouting "You're fine" over the radio. It was a simple thing, but it was exactly what I needed to hear. So I'm fine and you're fine were like Apollo and Clay's secret phrases, huh? I wish I could ask Apollo more about Clay and their relationship now. Speaking of Clay, how do you suppose he climbed down the ladder with you over his shoulder? Yo, what's good, Dynamic? How you doing, homie?
I thought it was everything outside the last Earth sphere or beyond the last solar system planet. Outer space is everything outside the atmosphere.
Interesting. Sorry, but I can't even begin to imagine. But he actually did climb down that ladder, so a way has to exist. From the freedom of space to the walls of a cell. But that prosecutor said the dark night sky isn't half bad through barred windows. You're fine, Solomon Soul Starbuck. It's fine. Everything's going to be alright. Huh? And Athena Sykes is fine. Come on, Mr. Wright. You too. I really have to? Phoenix Wright is fine. I can't hear you! Phoenix Wright is fine. I'm ugly and I'm proud. We'll get you back into space, yeah, Mr. Starbuck. Believe in your own innocence and have faith in us. Apollo believed in you wholeheartedly, and that's good enough for me. I believe in you too. Thank you. Thank you, both of you. I'll put my faith in you. And I vow to make it back into space. All I need first is a not guilty verdict. It sure feels nice to reassure ourselves every now and then that we're all fine. Okay, Mr. Wright. Let's get our investigation of the Space Center started pronto. Good idea. Let's go. See you later, space boy. We're out of here. Wow. I was wondering what kind of place the Space Center would be. It almost looks like an amusement park of the future. Yeah. Did you know they even let the public see the rockets up close? Oh, so check it out. Look how brightly the Gyaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif. It's got going. Gyaxa, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? Yeah. Why the strange acronym? I mean, what's GIA supposed to stand for? Galaxy? If it were that, then the whole thing would be something like Galaxy Exploration Agency. Which, if you ask me, I have abbreviated to GAXA or even Gaia. I guess so. Oh, I know. Maybe the person who came up with the name just really likes the letter Y. This exchange is beginning to feel oddly like deja vu. Anyway, this place is more than just a research facility. It's also a tourist attraction. Tourist attraction? Don't make me laugh. It's a monument to the human race. Galactic scooter, full speed ahead. Who in the... Oh, is this a director? Yikes! Who's this geezer and what's he want? Look upon me and look well. Behold the great power of space science. Pardon me, but you are... Glorious name is Yuri Cosmos. I am the director of the Cosmos Space Center. The center of the cosmos. Boss, that was pretty groan-inducing. This person is the Space Center's director. That means, aha! So you were one of the first to discover Clay's body, weren't you? And I say, Candace's arm died in the bombing, so you can't even talk to her, bro. That is correct. I was honored to be the very first man in all of space in time to discover the body. But this talk of the incident, are you by any chance the space police? You can't tack the word space out of just any old thing, you know. We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We're here to investigate his case. Oh, we're Earth lawyers, by the way. Ah, I see. Yes, I've heard about you. In that case, by my esteemed privilege, I grant you permission to investigate. I trust you are appropriately grateful. Now go ahead, have at it. I can already tell it's going to be nothing but trouble. Don't let him hear you say that, or you'll see what trouble really is. I should be professional and ask him about what he found when he found the body, okay?
Given how these games usually work, this guy's either the killer or a vitally important witness. I think he's the killer.
I don't know, he just gives off that vibe. Bro thought Clay was an alien and shot him, or stabbed him or something. So, as director, what do you do here at the Space Center specifically? Defend peace across the galaxy and promote space development in this country. Sorry, give me a second. No matter what obstacles stand in our way, we keep going for the sake of mankind. I believe I used the word specifically in my question. Attention all personnel to break your stations. Prepare for break. Oh, I get it. You just wander around and tell people what to do in a self-important manner. This is exactly right, because I am an important man. My manner is important. Mr. Wright, this man doesn't get sarcasm. Well, there's bound to be some people like that here in the boundlessness of space. What's that? You want to know what it is that make me important specifically? Very well, I will tell you. I was the central figure of the Hat 1 project. You might proceed to be appropriately impressed. Now go ahead, have at it. I might be more impressed if I knew what he did for it, specifically. Can you tell us what you know about the incidents from the other day? I refuse. What? Explaining is a job for common folk, not the director of the center of the cosmos. My testimony, which will go down in space history, will be heard in the courtroom. What? Does that mean you'll be taking the stand tomorrow? That is correct. I will be the most glorious witness in the history of mankind. I'm not sure if he really understands what being a witness is all about. Looks like Director Cosmos is the type that only talks about what he wants to talk about. But let's at least try to ask him about the things he might be willing to open up about. So he's gonna be a witness, so yeah, there you go. He is a suspect. The Hat 1 was a rocket that was launched into space 7 years ago, correct? Despite numerous problems, it somehow made its way back home. I suppose it is part of my job to educate ignorant young folk like you. Very well, I will impart to you the complete story of the Hat 1 project. Oh, thank you very much. Hat 1's noble mission was to collect samples from an asteroid, and Mr. Starbuck was the pilot for that flight. Eventually, the Hat 1 reached its planned orbit. From where it launched the Hope probe towards the asteroid belt. From there, the Hope probe began its long, lonely journey into the far reaches of space. Then, after a terrifying struggle, the Hat 1 returned safely to Earth. Definitely goofy enough to be a killer. I won't lie, Aristotle, the killer in the last episode, Aristotle, he was a cool killer. I liked him. That weird smile, though, could go, but everything else was cool. That struggle was where the incident known as the Hat 1 miracle occurred, right? Correct. It was truly a miracle. Of course, they had just turned the ordeal into a movie. As for the Hope probe, it did eventually arrive safely at its destination. It obtained a few samples from the asteroid and returned to Earth but a few days ago. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them? The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Terran's murder. Regrettably, we had no time to inspect the samples due to everything that has occurred. But this puts our space development program ahead of our other countries by several years. That's quite impressive. I guess this guy isn't just a loudmouth braggart after all. In the golden age of space development, our predecessors were successful in bringing a moon rock back. This is the greatest achievement in the history of the Space Center. The public fell in love with space and all of its glorious potential. A moon rock, huh? I remember that being big. Our endeavors with the moon rock live on in our work with those asteroid samples. I want to bestow new hopes and dreams for the future upon mankind once again. That is my mission, as the man who stands at the center of the cosmos. I hear that there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there. What? Bite your tongue. It's not for anything so base as money or politics. It's all for the brilliant future that awaits mankind and all for my illustrious mission. With the recent budget cuts, my staff tells me finances are tight, but I won't hear it. I guess even a space program has to watch its budget. By the way, you seem awfully knowledgeable about this kind of thing, Athena. Huh? Well, you know, I thought I'd better brush up for the case. Is that so? Well, I'll be on my way. As you can see, I'm a very busy and very important man. Galactic Scooter, fire up the main engine, max battle speed, and engage. There he goes, bro. That thing is surprisingly fast. I guess we better get going, too. You bet. Let's make it so. So this is where Mr. Terran was murdered. Excuse me. Yeah, this is the lounge. Let's see the diagram of the police made again. Right now we're in the main building on the right side of the 3rd floor. Clay and Mr. Starbuck fled here from launch pad 1 after the explosion. You there. No admittance without express permission. We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We've come to investigate. Sorry, nobody gets in without permission. Not even the police superintendent. Can't have Detective Fulbright getting mad at me. So Detective Fulbright is here, huh? Yeah, he's in the launchpad corridor. Let's go get clearance from him and then we'll talk. Leave it to me. I'm great at getting intel out of Detective Fulbright. Let's see, what trick should I use on him today? I don't know if I should be grateful or afraid. So to get to the launchpad 1 corridor, we just have to go through that door with the blue rocket on it, I think. Wait, that door. It looks awfully familiar. Good eye there, boss. This is the door Clay and Mr. Starbuck used during their escape from the launch pad. Ah, that explains it. The fingerprint system has been deactivated, so I think we should just pass through. Now, come on, let's go. Yo, who put that robot there, bruh? So this is it, huh? This is the corridor that the two of them used in their escape. Yep, this is the only thing connecting Launchpad 1 with the main building. I bet it was that fucking robot, bruh. How much you want to bet it's the robot? I see police tape down at the other end. Guess we won't be looking at the launchpad. After the explosion, this whole corridor must have been filled with smoke. And the launchpad itself was probably a sea of flames. Must have been pretty scary for them. Now, where could Detective Fulbright be? Hey, I think that's him over there. What should I do? Which path is the path of justice? He seems to be lost. That's funny. This corridor is a straight shot. Huh? Ah, it's you lawyer people. Welcome to the Space Center. Enjoying a relaxing day off, are you? Here for a little rocket sightseeing? We're here to investigate the scenes, same as you. Do you have any info to share? Boss, if you act so reluctant to give us information, we hit him with the whatever shall we do act. I'm sure he'll fall for it. Got it? Are we trying to catch the unruly family dog here or something? Info on the case, huh? All right, I'll gladly share some with you. Huh? What just happened? Detectives and lawyers seeking truth and justice side by side. I like it. Just whatever you want from me, you info bandits. I'm in a generous mood today. I don't know. There's something weird about Detective Fulbright today. Well, we need information, so let's run with it. If you say so. Fulbright was here when the bombs went off, too. Let's not forget that. For some reason, Fulbright was at the space station. Already. I'm on to you, Fulbright. Detective Fulbright, could you give us permission to investigate the crime scene? There's an office on guard. We can't get in. Oh, whatever shall we do? That's an easy one. I'll let them know over there and let you in. Investigate to your heart's content. Take a week if you need. A month even. Shall I have some snacks delivered? One of my men gives me a mean neck rub. No. That's okay, but thanks. Definitely not the Fulbright I know. Detective Fulbright is acting sickeningly sweet. It's kind of gross, actually. Do you think he hit his head or something? Who knows? Whatever the case, it's making our lives way easier. I don't know, bro. I don't trust Fulbright. An anagram or a blatant confession for a name. True. You were here at the Space Center at the time of the incidents, weren't you, Detective? That's right. I was here on a security assignment. The police are required to secure rocket launches now? I didn't know that. Yes. Well, you know us, to serve and protect. Yeah, you're a little sus, Fulbright. Not Fulbright! No way. No way? The explosions occurred while I was here on duty, so I started leading the evacuation. He's leaving out a lot of details, but okay. Could you tell us more about what happened? Of course! A bomb went off on the second floor of the main building. Right after that, the one over in Launchpad 1 also blew sky high. So I immediately instructed the visitors and the employees to evacuate to the shelter. I gotta stretch. Ow! The shelter? That's right. There's an evacuation shelter in the basement of the Space Center. Hold on. Whew. I gotta stand up for a second. I'm getting glued to this fuck-ass chair, bruh. It's there for accidents and emergencies and the like. So where were you when the first bomb went off? I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. The elevator wasn't working on account of the explosion. And the stairs on the 2nd floor were destroyed, so we couldn't go that way. Then wasn't it impossible to get down to the basement shelter? No, we lowered an emergency ladder from the 4th floor window and escaped that way. It was a folding ladder, so it wasn't very stable, but at least it reached the ground. After I secured the ladder, I left to take another look around for any other survivors. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. Wow, what an ordeal. But climbing down an emergency ladder kinda sounds fun. Thank you for your answers, Detective. They were very helpful. Just a moment. I have some more information to share with you. But don't tell Prosecutor Blackwell, okay? What's going on with Fulbright? Wow, and Prosecutor Blackwell usually has you on a short leash, too. Well, never mind that. I thought you should know that there was a witness. Can you tell us more about this witness? Sure thing. The witness was a Space Center employee who was on the 4th floor. While she was climbing down, she looked through a window into the 3rd floor lounge. So she was looking into the crime scene from the outside? That's right. It was just a matter of chance that she saw something important. Now that I know what she saw exactly yet, though. Not that I know what she saw exactly yet, though. You don't? Well, that's the most important thing of all. Don't you worry, I'll get around to interviewing her soon enough. She should still be somewhere here in the Space Center. You might even run into her. A 4th floor employee, huh? Alright, thanks for the info, Detective Fulbright. Gee, you sure are being cooperative, Detective. A little too cooperative, even. Yes, well, actually, something you can't talk about? Yes, something like that. Anyway, never mind. Don't worry about me. Fulbright, what's going on, man? Well, I'll be on my way now. What was that all about? Something is definitely going on. I'm going to get it out of him the next time I see him. Okay. I'm not sure he'll talk about it, though. Well, we have permission to investigate now. Let's head back to the boarding lounge. Bing, 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 bing. Ah, you two! Detective Fulbright has granted you permission to investigate. He also said I should bring you some snacks or give you a neck rub, too, if you'd like. That's all right. But thank you for the offer. Well, time to roll up our sleeves and start investigating. Now, let's see. Where was that diagram again? So this is the lounge on the 3rd floor of the main building. And according to Apollo, this is where he believes a third party killed his friend. Well, let's stop the recap and start looking for traces of this third person, then. You read my mind, Athena. We'll make that our first priority. There's just one problem, though. This room. It's just so big. Don't worry. We can use this to help us. Space Center pamphlet for tourists. Yep, picked it up at the entrance. This map inside should come in handy. Let's see. Yep, here it is. A map of the lounge. This is the door we went through to talk to Detective Fulbright. Oh yeah, that's the door with the fingerprint recognition lock. Well, I guess this map will make things a little easier. Yeah, no more excuses. Let's track down the third person. Wait, there's just one more thing. What's that strange creature moving around outside the window? You called it, Coolio. Oh, boss. It's just a hologram image. Oh, yeah, I knew that. Whew, that's a relief. There should be a button somewhere in this room to turn the image on and off. That's what it says in the pamphlet, anyway. Oh, shit. The only reason you're so eager is to start is so that you can push that button, isn't it? And what's wrong with that? Let's just look for the button while we're looking for clues. All right, fine. Let's get investigating. What the hell? That's blood! They're apparently oxygen capsules. They're for recovery after a training session. I wonder if they could change your voice. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Huh? I didn't do a thing. It's not helium, Athena. It's oxygen. Is that? Oh, wait, no, that's not blood. That's the fucking... That's the red triangle. Never mind. My fault. I had to stand up for a little bit. Okay. There's some kind of panel with 2 buttons on it here. Just push it. That's the invariable principle of buttons. There are such things as buttons left unpushed. Hey, the giant holographic image disappeared. Yeah. Thought that side of the wall seems kind of barren without it now. Let's see if we can't find anything new with the image off. It's a crack. Hey, Mr. Wright, take a look at this. Looks like a bullet hole. Great find, Athena. It's pretty big. Whoever fired this shot must have been using a pretty large gun. You think so? Based on my experience, I'd say this was fired from a regular pistol. Well, whatever size it was, somebody fired a gun in here, right? Apparently. This is an important fact. Do you see a bullet around somewhere? No, the police might have taken it, though.
It's a spider web. One is open, though.
One is open. Let's ask Detective Fulbright about this bullet hole later. Definitely just looks like a spider web. Oh, a mirror. How thoughtful of them to put one here. Thoughtful? So the ladies can fix their makeup. One's appearance is just as important in space as it is on Earth, you know. You never know when you're going to run into some other life form, after all. I doubt anyone who thinks like that would ever become an astronaut in the first place. That's some pretty futuristic-looking furniture over there. According to the pamphlet, those are no ordinary chairs. They're like amusement park teacup rides. You can power them yourself, it says. If you spin the table, your chair spins too. Why would anybody want to have something like that here? It's for astronauts who have trouble with the device on the ceiling. No vertical spins. It says it's a training device that's easy on the eyes and on the body. Can a person really call themselves an astronaut if they can't handle 0G? That's one thing I would love to try at some point. Zero gravity. Sounds super fun. What is that? No matter how I look at it, all I can think of is torture device. But I guess it's a training device for getting used to zero gravity. Uh-oh. Athena has an odd glint in her eye. She's thinking about trying that thing out. I should try to stop her, but I'm afraid she'll just out-muscle me. Hey, Mr. Wright, look at that up there. Some kind of fragment. It's stuck in tight. Oh, so that's what the glint was all about. The color looks familiar. I think it's part of an oxygen tank. I think you're right. But if that's here... means Clay's tank ruptured after they arrived at the boarding lounge. So Prosecutor Blackwell's theory that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay down the ladder must have been wrong. This proves that both of the astronauts were alive when they reached the boarding lounge. So Apollo was right. The scene of the murder wasn't the launch pad. Way to go, Apollo. We're not gonna claim that as evidence. We're just gonna alright.
They got a motherfucking hookah on the middle of the table. Hookah?
Nah, literally. I don't know what that is. I thought it was like some kind of like drink station. Here's another amazing piece of equipment. Walk on the surface of the moon, it says. Oh boy, I want to try it. Gravity is weak on the moon, so I bet I can do mid-air somersaults. We're still on Earth, remember? Besides, it's connected to the ceiling. Well, at least I could jump really high. There's a sign on the wall that very clearly says, "Don't jump too high." That's what good. Then what good is this thing? Didn't I say in the beginning, walk on the surface of the moon? What's this, a trapdoor? It's a trash chute. The cleaning robots throw the garbage out from here. The robots do the cleaning? What a futuristic world we live in. I just hope they don't revolt like they do in science fiction movies. No way, all the robots are very nice. Actually, wasn't there one in the Launchpad 1 corridor? You can go say hi to it if you want. Was there something I missed over here? Hey, I see something shiny down there. Let's take this cover off then. Bullet! What's this? It looks like a metal jelly bead. It's really small, but it's a bullet. It's only about 2 to 3 millimeters in diameter. Let's see. That would make the caliber 10? Caliber refers to the diameter of the gun's barrel, right? Yes, but I've never heard of a .10 caliber gun before. .10. This bullet must be for a special kind of gun. I believe if you try firing a bullet this small with a regular-sized gun, it would just fall right out. Yeah, must have been a really small gun. I wonder how the bullet ended up here. I mean, we're at the bottom left of the south door side of the room, according to this map. That's pretty far from where Clay's body was. Maybe the police didn't think to look here? Yeah, leave it to Detective Fulbright to accidentally hand us just the card we need. So this is where they discovered Clay. Yeah, he was already dead when they found him. Let's take a look at the photo. So we stretched out like this and... Huh? What's that thing that looks like a thermos? That's the thing that Prosecutor Blackwell mentioned when I was in court with Apollo. He said that it contains asteroid samples. Oh, right. Director Cosmos mentioned something about that too, didn't he? That they were brought back only 5 days ago by the probe that the HAL-1 launched. I wonder what they look like. Do you think they'll let us see? Let's think about that after we solve the case, okay? Oh, shit. He dead. Oh, shit. He deaded, bruh. Bro's gone. Hey, Corey. With the holographic image, the screen is completely black, which for some reason makes me think of losing an argument to Prosecutor Blackwell in court. But at least it's got my brain revved up. I come with my best ideas at times like these. You go. So it looks like there are 3 doors that lead in and out of this room. Well, let's check. Drumroll, please. Ta-da! The Space Center pamphlet. We're here at this place that says Boarding Lounge 1. Here, there are 3 doors. Here are the 3 doors. Let's call them Lefty, Righty, and Downy. People usually say West, East, and South in a case like this, you know? Details, details. Anyway, take a look at the West door. That door with the rocket icon leads to Launch Pad 1. Because it says here on the map, Launch Pad 1 corridor. So that's where we were with the detective. It was filled with smoke after the explosion. Right. Next up, the right-hand side of the map, or east in your world. That's the door with the satellite dish icon to signify communication, aka the control room. Yep, definitely says control room. Looks like it has another door on the opposite side. They communicate and exchange information with rockets and probes in space from there. So it's the center of the Space Center. The Space Center, if you will. Has everybody started to talk like Director Cosmos after they've been here a while? But it seems like they built a new command center on the 6th floor. That's what they used for the Hat 2 missions, so this control room was empty at the time. I've always wanted to see inside of a mission control room and see it since we're here. I'd love to do that too, but it doesn't look like we'll be able to. They want to keep curious kids like you out. So the door is protected with fingerprint recognition. Only the director can go through. With that much security, I'm definitely not the only one they're looking to keep out, Athena. So apparently the lock is also hooked up to a backup generator in case of emergencies. Okay, what about the last door? This lower door, oh excuse me, I mean south door, heads to the elevator. This is the door we came through when we entered the room, right? So there's men and robots and there's no women. Cool. You guys gonna hear about this soon. Yep, and of course, there were no fingerprint recognition devices, so it's open to anyone. But the elevators weren't working at the time due to the explosion. Well, that's about it for the 3 musket doors of the boarding lounge. Thanks. Understanding the layout of the lounge should help us understand the case. That's why I thought we'd better have a good grasp of where all the doors go.
Yeah, clearly women do not exist
And are not here. Boo! I can't talk to the fucking... Can I go in there, maybe? Okay, so we've already done this before. Yada, yada, yada. Yap, yap, yap. We got it, we got it. Find and talk to the witness to the crime. Search the crime scene. It says we got everything. Oh, wait, the camera. This must be the security camera that recorded the astronauts making their escape. Oh, let's commemorate this occasion with a love and peace. If you're done now, shall we move on? Yeah, okay, but just one more for the road. Peace. Very mature. Okay, it says we're done. It said we're done. Now we gotta find the witness. Where's the witness? Hi, Trucy. Hi, Trucy. Okay. Alright, hold on. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta use the bathroom. We can go back to the boarding lounge. I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds, fellas. I need water. I'm out of agua. I'm dying over here.
My fault. I had to poo, dog.
Okay. I'm back.
Alright, so what the fuck am I supposed to do? We got everything here.
Okay. Find and talk to the witness to the crime. Search the crime scene. Gorilla? What? Motherfucker? Did I miss something? A window, and it's right next to the holographic image, too. I bet it's here to help people see the stark contrast between reality and virtual reality. Way off. It's emergency ventilation. You know, to clear smoke from a fire. See? It's pointing out virtual insanity of reality. Sure. Turn it back on. Push it. No, push it. Ah, push it. But push it real good. At first glance, it looks like a peaceful landscape, but then there's that creature. Didn't the Hope probe go to some planet? Maybe this is what its surface looked like. I don't know. I think it would have made the news if they discovered a creature like that. It did make quite a bit of news, though, when the probe came back. Yeah, but the Hope probe didn't even go to a planet. It went to an asteroid. It's a big rock kind of thing. Even aliens can't live there. Okay. So this is the fingerprint recognition device. I guess you put your hand on this hand mark. Well, I guess we could try. I'll line up my hand with the outline. Don't at the end of the things related to the case. You have prints all over that, and the next thing you know, you'll be named a suspect. How can you be so cool to a little girl like me? I'm not buying those tears, Bissy. I wonder what that big knob is for. It looks like the knob on a stove. Well, it's the same shape, but I think that's where the similarities end. I mean, it's behind a glass pane. What kind of stove would require a knob security like this? Well, the knob is straight up and down, so if it was for a stove, the burner would be off. Right. If it was for a stove. Still, I wonder what it's really for. Something turned on by a knob that's not a stove. How about a rocket engine? If you had to start the engine here, the rocket would take off before you can get in. And I guess all we can say for now is that it's a mystery knob. Oh my god, here we go. Oh, wait. Which reminds me, I think Prosecutor Blackwell talked about it at the trial. The notion of a third party in Launch Party 1 is utterly absurd. Okay, we got it. Now, does this mean that the bomber's prints were verified by the system? But the number of authorized personnel was supposed to be really small. Voila! Fingerprint powder! I brought it just in case something like this came up. I found it at the office. I've been itching for a chance to use it. Wow, way to think ahead. Now, let's dust the fingerprint recognition device and see what we can find. You got it. Now to sprinkle some here, a little over there. Let's see what we have here. Oh, something. Aw, it's only a single set of prints. Isn't that a good thing? Sure, we wish to figure out whose prints these are. Although I doubt we'll be so lucky to try to get the culprit's prints on the first try. Well, I'm willing to bet that Detective Fulbright has some fingerprint data. Right, and there's the security footage to this door too. And here it is. It came up in court the other day. I wish we could see the part of the footage just after this bit. Oh, because that would be right before the murder, wouldn't it? Let's ask the detective. With the mood he's in, he'll probably show it to us right away. Yeah, he's in almost too good of a mood today. Oh, Fulbright. Oh, what the fuck? Welcome to the Space Center, guest. Welcome. Yikes! What in the world? My name is Ponko. P-O-N-C-O. Ponko. Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you looking around? Choose one. I will guide you. It's a robot? I am not a robot. I am Ponko. Psychological observation and navigation companion. P-O-N-C-O. Ponko. Well, I'm glad we got that cleared up. Oh, Ponko, I've missed you. Huh? Do you know this thing, Athena? Oh, she showed us around the last time when I came here with Apollo. Oh, you're such a good girl, Ponko. That's a good girl. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm so happy. So very happy. Wow, a guide robot. That's pretty cool. My name is Phoenix Wright. Nice to meet you. I don't know you. I don't know you. Huh? Ouch. That hurt. Oh, she has to register people she meets for the first time. Please register him, Ponko. Certainly. Commencing guest registration. Please tell me your name. A nickname is fine, too. His name is Phoenix. A bit overly familiar, but I'll allow it. Phoenix, please let me get a good look at your face. Oh, sure. Registering. Facial registration sequence complete. We are now officially friends. Nice to meet you, Phoenix. Huh? This robot's pretty cute. You made a friend, boss. Isn't it great? Phoenix, Athena, allow me to guide you. Right this way. Oh, goody. Let's go, boss. Go where? Facial registration, huh? Why do I feel like that's going to be important down the line? Already horny. He just said that robot's cute, bro. There's nothing wrong with calling something cute, gorilla, without being horny. You horny fuck. Put your dick away. Oh, wow. What is this place? Is that rocket real? Perhaps. Put your fucking dick away, dog. Welcome, welcome. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Learn about the history of our nation's space development in the HAT-1 project. The rocket is just a replica, but it's the same size as the real one. The Space Museum. Oh, here it is on the map. Okay, so it's on the exact opposite side of the main building from Launchpad 1. Why are you looking? I'm not looking. And then bro said too late. Hey, yo, dog. Ask me anything. Anything. I will explain. Coolio, get him, bro. What is he doing? This is quite the place. I can't believe we get to see a rocket this close up. This is a replica of the HAT-1 that was launched 7 years ago. It's exactly like the real HAT-1, inside and out. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. His little brother, the HAT-2, was supposed to launch the other day. I wonder if Ponko knows why the launch was canceled. Well, there is an exhibit about the launch 7 years ago. Check it out, check it out. Spacesuits, photos, newspaper articles. I like to come here again on a day off. Hey, what's that photo? What's this a photo of? Aww. This is cute. Phoenix, that's the staff of the HAT-1 project. Oh, look at Clay, bruh. Oh, there's Mr. Starbuck. He looks so young and so different. Ah, and that's what is it, Athena? Is something wrong? Oh, nothing. I just thought Mr. Starbuck looked really young too, that's all. She knows one of these girls on the right. Well, it was 7 years ago after all, so the young guy standing next to Mr. Starbuck is Clay Tarrant, the victim. So they were mentor and protege even way back then. And he's even got one of the staff jackets. He looks just like a regular staff member. Yeah, that's the staff. That's the jacket Apollo wears. Holy tits, Batman. Damn. You got tits, bruh. No, Clay was still a student then. He just borrowed one of Solomon's old jackets. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Clay would have still been in high school 7 years ago. Everybody looks so happy.
Motherfucker, tell me your secrets.
The space exhibit is great. Space Museum is great. What fantastic exhibits. You don't get to know the secrets, Gorilla. This used to be Area Launchpad. This used to be Launchpad 2. That's why the only entrance is on the 3rd floor. Wouldn't it be better if they just made a new ground floor entrance instead? There was talk of it, but they had to scrap their plans because of the budget cuts. Budget cuts. We need more money. Who would record that kind of information to a guide robot? While it was in space, the HAT-1 launched a probe called Hope. The Hope probe collected some samples from an asteroid and returned 5 days ago. That's what Director Cosmos said too. He told us it came back the day before Clay was killed. Huh. And here it is, the Hope space probe. I think I've seen that logo somewhere before. Let's see. Oh yeah, the capsule that the victim was carrying. I think it had the same logo. I think you can be seeing the photo attached to the autopsy report. Maybe she give me some more information if I show it to her. You only learn the secrets after revealing some damning evidence about them. True. The way the Space Center launch pad is set up is really cool. Would you like me to tell you about it? Would you? The setup of the launch pad. Go gentle on my spiky-haired mind. I want to know. I want to know. Phoenix wants to know too. Great. Now Athena's got a case of poncho-itis. Hooray! I will tell you then. The rocket is built right inside the launch pad structure. When the rocket is complete, it's moved along with the launch pad over the rails. And brought into position at the launch site. Isn't it cool, isn't it? We used to have a big budget, so that's how we could build it all. It's very cool. A grand setup that suits an important place like the Space Center. I guess everyone is hoping for a bigger budget next year, myself included. I'm guessing the whole thing is operated from the control room, huh? That it is, but it can also be operated from the new command center, too. Either way, the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to be first disengaged. I guess before a big move like that can be carried out, there are all kinds of procedures. I would love to see the launch pad being moved. When's the next one scheduled for? Searching data. All future plans have been put on hold. Because of the bombing and the murder, I'll bet. Which is perfectly understandable. Oh, well, when was the last time it was moved? I'm sorry. That answer isn't in my answer database. I guess Ponko can only answer certain questions. What color's my underwear? X-Defiant still got connection problems, so I'm going to play some free play day Warhammer games. Warhammer games. What's up, JD? Yo. Ponko, do you recognize this capsule here on the top right? Checking registered data. I know, it's the Hope capsule. It was carried inside the Hope probe. It contained the asteroid samples, right? Yes, it was designed to store the samples gathered by the Hope probe. It's been stored in the safe in Launchpad 1 ever since it returned to Earth. It must not be removed. Don't worry, Ponko. The people in charge already know what happened. They do? I must ask them later. So the capsule was being kept in Launchpad 1, huh? Maybe Clay was trying to carry it to safety after the explosion. The Space Center staff must have been really excited to finally get the capsule back. Hope probe. Yeah, that's what it's called, man. The Hope probe. But it's a pity this incident occurred before they got a chance to check the contents. JD, you son of a bitch, dog. Damn. Well, the police took it as evidence, so they'll have to wait a little longer. Hope capsule added to the court record. Well, we certainly learned a lot about the Space Museum. Thank you, Ponko. You explained everything very well. I love to explain. Thank you for listening. Thank you. You two are like old friends. It's hard to believe you just met recently. Because Ponko is so friendly. Well, what should we investigate next? Let's go find Detective Fulbright. We have things to ask him about. Let's see, the security footage and fingerprint data, was it? Bye, Ponko. See you later. Come again, and don't forget to visit the gift shop. Poor Ponko. What a Dickensian life we are all forced to lead.
I'm eating these fries right now. Want some? What kind of fries? Does her tech come from here?
What do you mean, does her tech come from here? I'll take some fries. McDonald's? I'll take some. What should I do? Which path is the path of justice? There's Detective Fulbright. He still seems to be lost, even though it's a straight corridor. Let's hope he's still on a cooperative move as well, then. If he doesn't cooperate, then I'll just have to use my powers on him. You mean that lady in distress bit? We found a bullet hole in the wall at the crime scene. You did? Our team found that too. It was Detective Arm who fired that bullet. Detective Arm? That's right. A warning shot for the defendant. Was it really such a high-threat situation that she needed to do that? I'm afraid I don't know the details with Detective Arm gone and on. But I thought there were two people who discovered the crime scene together. We already know Detective Cosmos will testify, so tomorrow will be about what he knows. Hey, you're pretty smart. That's exactly what we're planning to serve as the main course. I hope it goes down easy. Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some of the prints we found in the boarding lounge. Yes. I just happen to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. This is quite a bit of data. Well, when I said everyone, I meant it. Prosecutor Blackwell said to dig deep, so that's what I did. It sure took a while, though. Whoa. You got Apollo's and my prints. You even got prints for all of the robots. I guess when Blackwell said to dig deep, Fulbright didn't bother to ask how deep. Clay's fingerprints are here, too. Still can't believe you took off his glove to get his fingerprints. Yeah, well, you can't blame me for thinking they're important in this case. There are a lot of doors that require fingerprint verification in the lounge. So, depending on whose prints we find, it can completely change the tide for both sides. Makes sense, after all, the culprit's prints did get them past the fingerprint lock somehow. Oh, and take this picture. It might come in handy. Isn't this just a photo of the launch pad one door? Yep, but Prosecutor Blackwell seemed really interested in it for some reason. Huh? What's so important about this door? Beats me, but boy, could you see the gears in his head go into hyperdrive at it. Sounds like this is going to be a major point of contention tomorrow. What is up with Fulbright, bruh? Hey, don't forget about the print comparison, boss. Right, Mr. Fulbright, do you think you could run the test for us right now? You just leave it to me. In justice we trust. Okay, here we go. Well, it looks like it was Mr. Starbuck who opened that security door. He must have opened it when they went to go board the rocket. His heart must have been full of hopes and dreams for a space adventure right then. Try to see if there's anything else. When the explosions occurred, everyone was on the verge of panic. But the important thing is that no one from the general public was hurt. It was all thanks to... Okay. I don't think there's anything there. Okay. Looks like there's nothing here. Present security camera footage to Detective Fulbright. Detective, about the security footage that was taken by boarding lounge camera 1 camera. Oh, that footage. Go ahead and ask me anything you'd like about it. Is there any way I can see a little more on the part just after this? Easy as pie. I'd be glad to show you. Here we go. Huh? The screen went black. Yes, apparently the after effects of the explosion damaged the wires. So there's no footage after this point. Why didn't you just say so from the beginning? Something definitely seems to be up with you, Detective. You're unusually cooperative. Well, I just figure if we work together, we'll get that much closer to justice, right? But it seems like something's really been bothering you. You don't have some ulterior motive, do you? What? I don't know what you're talking about. I would never do anything like that. Oh, shit. The Magatomas. We haven't seen these in a while. It's been a while. But those are definitely Cyclocks. Hmm? Did you just mouth psyched? Is there something I should be psyched about? No, Cyclocks. It's a system of locks on the secrets in a person's heart. I can see when people are trying to hide those secrets by using the powers of this Magatama. Presenting evidence can break those locks and reveal any secrets they're hiding. Mr. Wright, how much did they bilk you out for that piece of rock? If you've been swindled, I know some lawyers I can introduce you to. I'm more capable than representing myself, thank you very much. This is some kind of fraud, it really works. A friend gave it to me a long time ago. But I guess seeing is believing. Allow me to show you. Let's see. Okay. It's been a while since we got to use the Magatama.
Take that!
Why you're being cooperative? I think you're hiding something, Detective. So why don't you just tell us about it? I love the revamped music. What to do? Which path is the path of justice? Detective Fulbright is really in agony. I bet this is the issue he's so torn up over. I really understand what's been bothering you, Detective. I truly do. Something happened that goes against your principles. Isn't that right? No? I don't know what you're talking about. Until the explosion occurred, everything was just fine. Is that a fact? Yep. Peaceful as peaceful can be. Everyone whistling a happy tune as they did their job. You never saw a more relaxed guard detail for a routine rocket launch. I don't think the guard detail was as relaxed as you claim as long as this exists. I don't think the guard detail was relaxed as long as you claim as you claim as long as this exists.
Take that! Take that!
No. Thank God there's no like meter anymore. The pod?
Take that!
Not the pod.
Take that!
Okay, it was the report. Before the explosion, what was supposed to happen here was a rocket launch. And yet, security was so tight they even brought in a special task force. I'd hardly describe that as relaxed guard detail. Now, hold on just one moment. The entire nation had their eyes on this extremely important rocket launch. That's why I was called in on a special security detail. As versatile as you are, I can certainly believe that that's true. But I say it's very strange that this person would be part of the detail from the outset.
Take that!
Nope.
Take that!
Detective Arms specializes in bomb cases. The fact that she was here on hand means that you people knew there was some possibility that a bombing would occur. You got me, Mr. Wright. Nice. Thank God there's no health bar anymore, bro. Aw, Fulbright. Alright, I concede. You win. It's just as you say. A few days before the launch, they were warned about a potential bombing. But the plan to launch went ahead in spite of the threat. But why? What were they planning to do if someone got hurt or killed? Yeah, I know. The decision to move forward wasn't exactly just, was it? How was the warning delivered? By phone and directly to Director Cosmos. But the police department instructed everybody to keep it under wraps. That's a big thing to keep quiet about. No wonder you were so upset. But it's not only that. I've been distraught about Prosecutor Blackwell as well. Prosecutor Blackwell? Well, as his handler, I'm sure you have a lot of difficulties. That's not it. It's a question of justice. I've been wondering about why he's allowed to stand in court. The reason he's still prosecuting. Detective Fulbright, please tell us everything you know. Oh, he looks so sad, bro. Well, talking to you folks about it would definitely be breaking the rules. Never mind that. What are rules but things to be broken, right? Well, to tell you the truth, having a prisoner act as a prosecutor is highly irregular. I think we guessed that much. So why is it being allowed? I've been wondering about it. So you weren't told why either, huh? No, I guess the order came from pretty high up the ladder. Yeah, it would have had to have. But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for the Phantom of 7 years past continues even still. What's up with them in 7 years, bruh? Apollo Justice and Phoenix Wright was 7 years? 7 years past. A Phantom, huh? And not one of the friendly variety either, I gather. This Phantom of 7 years past. Any idea or who or what he was talking about? Not a clue. But he seemed to think that this Phantom is behind this whole incident somehow. Wait a minute, he thinks they may be connected to this case? Yep, this case has way too many similarities to what happened 7 years ago. For starters, the case that happened right here at this very space center, too. And in both incidents, a threat was issued via telephone. So that's why Prosecutor Blackwell thinks this incident is the work of the Phantom? Well, that's not the entire reason. I mean, if you want to talk about 7 years ago, that's when Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty of murder. That messy case is what started the whole dark age of the law. So you see how this Phantom and Prosecutor Blackwell's conviction might be related. Yeah, I can see why he'd think that. This incident and the Phantom, not to mention Blackwell's past, it's almost inconceivable that they would come to a head here. This might sound crazy, but Prosecutor Blackwell can't possibly believe Mr. Starbuck is the Phantom person, right? I mean, he was acting kind of strange during the last trial and all.
Silence.
No, I doubt he thinks Mr. Starbuck is his Phantom. But I do get the feeling that he thinks this defendant has ties to them. Which is why he's acting so impatient. He's got a personal grudge against Mr. Starbuck. And that's not real justice. I've always trusted in Prosecutor Blackwell's judgment until now. But this time, I'm just so overwrought about it all. If he's lost his ability to think rationally, I'm afraid it might lead to a false conviction. I never see Detective Fulbright so tormented. That must be why he's so cooperative. Don't worry, that's exactly what we defense lawyers are working to prevent. I feel bad for Prosecutor Blackwell, but I'm going to be rooting for your team this time. Let's go, Fulbright! But don't tell him that. You have to promise me you won't. Detective Fulbright, I guess I was wrong about you. I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his motions and tear the defendant apart. You are the only ones who can stop him in court. You really care about what's best for Prosecutor Blackwell, don't you, Detective? Leave the courtroom to us. It's not like we want a guilty verdict, either. I was hoping you would say that. I'm really grateful for the two of you. To show my thanks, I'll give you another bit of information. It's about the eyewitness. I saw her hanging around the Space Center entrance a little while ago. Really? Then let's go find her, Mr. Wright. Thanks, you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm going to work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. In justice we trust. On 3. 1, 2, 3. In justice we trust. Okay, later. Oh, Blackwell, bruh. There he goes. Wait. Were we supposed to say in justice we trust back there, too? Let's go see the witness now. All right. Space Center entrance it is. The witness must be around here somewhere. Hello. Hello. Uh-oh. Don't tell me the witness is a robot. Hello. Come over here. Hello. Hello. Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you... Oh, shit. I am Klonko. Shall I guide you? I don't know why, but this robot is kind of freaking me out. Hey, you're not supposed to be wandering around. Oh, it's her. It's Booba Lady. Damn. I've had it with you, hunk of junk. Phew. I'm outside. Am I wandering? When did that happen? Okay, welcome back, Uncle Junk. You don't know how close you came. If you didn't snap out of it, I was going to put you on the curb on trash day. Tits. Why you imagine tits, dog? What the fuck? Nothing works better than a 42.5-degree karate chop. That's pretty specific. Excuse me, but are you the one who witnessed the murder? Oh, and I'm Phoenix Wright, the lead attorney for this case. How do you do? Big shot lawyers, huh? I'm Aura Blackwell. Whoa. Blackwell has a daughter? I mean, we don't know how old she is. Definitely, I don't know. Definitely not the wife. No way. Well, Blackwell's 28, so probably not her daughter. Maybe a sister? I'm Aura Blackwell. I'm a researcher developing robots here at the Cosmos. Wait, hold on. Blackwell's 28? Bro looks so much older than 28. Damn, he got convicted of murder at 21 years old. I'm pulling out my sword, Julius Dono. Yo, you put your sword away, Gorilla Dono. Blackwell. Could she be... And this good-for-nothing robot is named Hunk of Junk. My name isn't a hunk of junk. My name is Klonko. That's mean, Miss Aura. Quit complaining. Your model number is Ponko, too. But Miss Aura, everyone calls me Klonko. Quit your squawking already. Oh, what are you doing? No, don't. Damn. She's so aggressive, dog. There. I bet you won't be talking back now. I will obey completely. Yikes. I better watch what wires I cross with this one. She's 37. Oh, Jesus. She's 37. It's got to be like a sister. How is she 37? She does not look 37. Your last name is Blackwell. Do you have a relative in the legal profession? You are correct. Simon Blackwell, who used to be a prosecutor, is... Shut up! Only speak what I order you speak. Simon is my little brother. You know him? Yes. We met him in court a few times, right, Athena? What a dull creature. Has her switch been turned off? Athena being shy? This is new. Oh yeah, I heard he was prosecuted again, despite being a prisoner. Why doesn't he just stick to solving disputes among inmates in prison, right? Hey, what do you think, hunk of junk? God, Miss Aura, that hurts! I'm asking you a question. Why don't you answer me, useless hunk of junk? But Miss Aura, you told me only to speak when you ordered me to speak. I told you never to talk back to me. You're worth more scrap. Robot abuse, hawk attacks. Blackwell family life must sure be interesting. Well, do you have any other questions? Wait, of course you do. You're a lawyer. It's not like I'm on Simon's side or anything. I just want to get this over with. Jesus!
This poor robot. Damn, she good for 37.
So, you're the person who witnessed the incident. That's right. I was on the 4th floor of the main building. In the robotics lab.
She is hot.
You have to get by Simon. Damn, she perky for 37. That's what I'm saying. How is Simon 28 and she's 37? Simon looks like he's in his 30s, dog.
Simon would? Come on, bro.
Would. 100% would. The explosion disabled the elevators, so I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? Must have been a very troubling experience. Probably best to just humor her here. Then I passed by the 3rd floor boarding lounge one window on my way down. I saw the crime as it happened, and that's about it. So you saw the crime as it happened, and that's about it? I see. Wait, what? You saw it being committed? There's no time just to nod or repeat. You saw into the 3rd floor lounge. The very scene of the crime. Shit. That's right. There's a small window on the right-hand side of the room. I looked at from the outside. Didn't they say that was a ventilation? I thought they said that wasn't a window. Are we lying here? The room was pitch black, but I saw a shady figure holding a lighter in their left hand. And a knife in the right. Oh, it's a window for ventilation. Got you. That must have been the culprit. Did you see who that person was? Of course not. The power was out on that floor, and then there was only that tiny window. I see. But you did witness the moment of the murder. Yes, I saw the figure with the lighter raise their knife and... It happened at precisely 10 a.m. Did you witness anything else? Did the killer have any distinguishing features? I already told you. It was pitch black in there. Although, I did notice the lighter the person had in their left hand had a pretty ornament on it. It looked like a planet. It was blue, like a little Earth emblem. They had good taste in knickknacks anyway. An Earth emblem on the lighter. I better remember that. Thank you for your statement. We'll definitely prove Mr. Starbuck's innocence with it. Yeah, right. I won't hold my breath. Pardon me? Oh, did I hurt your feelings? Sorry. I just detest lawyers. That's all. What don't you like about lawyers? It's just an instinctive dislike. But don't feel bad. I hate prosecutors even more. Why the music turned crazy? That didn't make me feel any better, actually. Why do you hate lawyers so much? Little thing from my past. The whole legal system is meaningless in the first place. I certainly don't agree. I mean, people are imperfect. They lie, they're influenced by silly emotions. You can't expect such imperfect creatures to uphold the right reasonable system of law. I like robots much better, even sad sacks like this one. Damn! Oh, shit. I am the ultimate... Oh, God. Alright, that's enough out of you. You're getting a little too carried away. Huh? What was I doing? Yep. I like robots much better. At least you can make them any way you want them. Unlike humans with their heady emotions and constant worries. How can you say such things? She is, kinda wacky, bruh. Feeling emotions, worrying about the things we care about, that's what makes us human. Well, the girl finally talks. She starts with a speech. That's what makes us human? You mean getting angry and snorting like that? Rational thought, that's what separates humans from animals. And our thumbs. Unfortunately, your reasoning capabilities are more akin to that of a clever little monkey. Well, that's nothing to be ashamed of. Must be nice to have such a simple mind. Can I punch her, boss? Get a hold of yourself, Athena. Humans certainly are absurd. I said you were clever, didn't I? Poor thing. Tell me, with people like you in charge, how can I possibly trust the legal system, Me? I thought I'm pretty good. So she distrusts not only lawyers or prosecutors, but the whole legal system? What in the world happened to this woman to make her so bitter? Even if somebody important to me was killed, I would never wish to see their killer brought to trial. Because I'd much rather kill them myself. You can't be serious. That thing you're wearing around your neck. Oh, this? Around Athena's neck. Does she mean widget? Oh, I get it. Well, well. Her Royal Highness has returned at last to her castle. Her royal what? Is she talking about Athena? By the way, I heard the rumors. Our director is going to be the star witness at the court tomorrow, right? Director Cosmos? Yes, that's right. You poor things. You better be careful. That old man is a big liar and a huge braggart. What? He might seem like a bigwig, but the center has all kinds of problems. He has a lot of skeletons in his closet. But it's your problem, so why should I care? Ew. What? That's it? No friendly tips? No good luck, guys? Just splendid. I'll leave you to your woes. Come on, hunk of junk. Yo, bro, can we take a hunk of junk away from her, dog? I feel bad for that robot. It's sad to me that she doesn't believe in our legal system anymore. She must have had a very bad experience to make her feel that way. Are you alright, Athena? You seem very down. I just can't believe she said all those things. Wow, she's really upset. Has she been trying to not let it show all this time? Well, I guess it's not at all surprising. You hear about fabricated evidence and false indictments on the news all the time. Replace hunk of junk with me. I you poor bots. I'm on to you, Bendy. You sick fuck. Excuse me. You mean the whole dark age of the law nonsense? I'm so sick of hearing about that. Bendy, you sick fuck. Well, your brother presumably got wrongly imprisoned, so yeah, it's probably around her brother. What if, like, her brother killed her dad or something? And she wants to kill Simon. Or something along those lines. Well, all we can do is believe in what we're doing. Yeah. You're right, boss. I agree. Maybe it's time we went back to see Mr. Starbuck. Good idea. We should tell him about the bullet in Miss Blackwell's statement. All right, then. Next stop, the detention center. My lawyers are here. It must be bad news. Hey, not necessarily. We found a new witness. A researcher saw the moment of the murder, though, through the lounge window during her escape. Really? So they're going to let me go? Unfortunately, it was dark and she couldn't identify the person. I should have known. My stars never align just right, too. Or maybe it's something to do with Athena's past. What's she hiding? Well, we've seen the little anime snippets of her as a kid with, like, blood on her face. So some type of murder happened as she was a kid, I think. The murderer had a lighter with an Earth emblem on it. A lighter with an Earth emblem? Oh! Did you remember something? Yep, I sure did. Just a little bit, though. Anything at all would be a help, so please tell us what you remembered. I thought I was unconscious the whole time. But now I remember I woke up for a few brief moments. That's huge! Do you remember seeing anything? A lighter. I saw the flame of a lighter floating in the darkness. Good. What else did you see? What was nearby? It was definitely the boarding lounge, so it must have been after Clay carried me there. In the light from the flame, I saw a dark shadow flickering. A dark shadow. That must have been the third party we've been looking for. Thank you, Mr. Starbuck. You've been more than help. You've been more help than you know. If we can prove there's a third party at the scene that they're the real killer, then you'll be clear of all suspicion. The key will be whether or not we can identify this third person at court tomorrow. At least we have something to go on now, and that's a big plus. I should probably tidy the evidence up a bit before someone mistakes me for a hoarder. Why don't we go back to the office and treat ourselves to a big celebration in advance? For someone who's highly empathetic, you can be surprisingly unsympathetic. It's a trial day? Almost. I don't know if there's gonna be a day 2 trial or like this is it. But we'll do it. I mean, it says day 1, so I think it's another thing. So you found your strategy for tomorrow's trial, huh? Good for you, Daddy. Well, it's one step forward anyway. Hopefully it'll give us a fighting chance at court. As long as we can find out who this third person is. Now let's get something to eat. I'm starving. Oh, Apollo. What are you doing here? I didn't think the clinic was ready to release you yet. My wounds are fine. And I'm done lying around. Apollo, you're supposed to be in bed. Leave the case to us. We'll take it from here. Thanks, but that's not an option. Not for me. Apollo. Clever little monkey. You shouldn't underestimate your injuries, Apollo. I don't want to see you overdoing it. I'm fine. I'm not in pain anymore. Besides, they just gave me an IV at the clinic. An IV isn't a cure-all, mummy man. Isn't a cure-all, mummy man. Anyway, just tell me how the case is going. Have you guys made any progress? A suspicious figure was spotted at the scene. We think they might be the real killer. Must be the real killer. A suspicious figure, huh? Right. I thought you'd be happier than that. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm happy. And I fully intend to see Clay's murderer apprehended. Absolutely nothing will get in the way of that. Clay was your best friend, right, Apollo? That's right. Best friend since junior high. Sounds like me and Junies. So what was Clay like? Well, he was full of compassion and energy. And he had a really loud voice. If the two of you did voice training together now, I bet you'd break a few windows. You know, I bet you're right. Seems like only yesterday. Clay was a guy who lived for his dreams. We used to talk about it a lot. How he was going to be an astronaut and me a lawyer. We talked well into the night, and even then, we never grew tired of it. Apollo, about that jacket. Oh, it's Clay's. I knew it. It's a special jacket that was only issued to members of the Hat Project. He was finally able to get one of his own once he was selected for the Hat 2 mission. He always looked so proud wearing it. But just when his dream was finally coming true, oh my god. He just fucking screamed. Apollo. I hope you don't try to carry the burden all alone. I guess we were both unlucky. My own debut was a disaster. I guess you're right on some level. That trial a year and a half ago wasn't exactly the smoothest of starts. That was a rough time for me. But Clay refused to let me quit. You're fine, he'd say. Don't give up. It was right during his screening exams, too. I couldn't have become a full-fledged lawyer without him. That "you're fine" of his is why I'm still standing here today. You're fine, huh? You're fine and I'm fine were like your catchphrases, weren't they? Something like that. Sure brings back memories. When we were in junior high, Clay's mom passed away in an accident. But he wouldn't show his sadness to anyone. One night, I found him crying all alone in the school courtyard. Aww. Get away, Apollo. Don't come over here. Clay, listen to me. I don't have a mother either. Huh? Oh, get the fuck out of here, bro. I always think everyone else has a mom. Why am I the only one? But Apollo, we found your mom! We found her! But, you know, when I start to feel that way, I yell at the top of my lungs. I holler, I'm fine, and then you know what? I start to feel like maybe I really will be fine. Apollo Justice is fine. Okay, Clay? Now it's your turn. Okay. Clay Terran is fine. There you go. Now we're both fine. We're fine. We're fine. Oh, bruh. What are you laughing about? See? We're fine. You laughed first. I'm fine. You're fine. We're both fine. Who's cutting the onions, dog? Thanks, Apollo. When you say it out loud, it really starts to feel real. And as long as you don't give up, you can keep on fighting. That's what we believed. As long as you don't give up. Wasn't there somebody else who said something similar? If I give in to fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight. Clay called Mr. Starbuck his mentor and looked up to him. I wonder if I can be a good role model for my staff like Mr. Starbuck. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'll be taking a leave of absence. What? Wait, what do you mean by a leave? You're really serious. Can you at least give me a reason why? When I put Clay's jacket on, I swore to him that I would catch his killer myself. But that's our goal too. I agree with Athena. We should work together to find the truth. The truth, huh? That's a noble cause. But what if the truth you seek and the truth I seek turn out to be different? I'm not sure I follow. What are you saying, Apollo? Going to catch the person responsible for taking my friend's life in my own way. Take good care of Mr. Starbuck for me. Now, must be going. Goodbye. Goodbye? Did you just say goodbye? I sense a lot of seething anger and hatred coming from him. And also, suspicion. He's not walking out on us like this. I'm gonna go talk some sense into him. Hold on, Athena. Apollo can believe what he wants, but I believe he's wrong. Even if we take different paths, the truth we arrive at should be the same. I think the quicker we solve this case, the better it'll be for Apollo. Yeah, you're right, boss. Alright, that's enough for one day. Make sure you're ready for tomorrow's trial, okay?
Motherfucker go punch a robot.
He's gonna go punch. He might go kill someone. If he were here right now, Apollo would say, I'm fine. Everything is fine. I just hope things really do turn out fine tomorrow. Don't play that happy-ass music, Doug. It's not a happy time. Don't do it. No! It's not a happy time, damn it. Day 2 trial. So is this like the final day for the trial? Fuck it, come on, B-ball. Let's keep going. This might be a short chapter. Day 2. Court is now in session. All rise. Where's the judge? I suppose we should reconvene this trial of Solomon Starbuck or something.
Objection!
Yeah, Your Honor. Could you please come out from under your bench? There are no more bombs, I promise. Oh, yes, my apologies. I'm still a little jumpy when it comes to trials involving bombs. I mean, first the courtroom exploded. And then Mr. Tenate self-destructed. I guess that's one way of describing what happened to Tenate. Anyway, it seems that Mr. Justice was seriously wounded by Mr. Tenate's actions. So you, Mr. Wright, will be taking up the defense. Do you have an understanding of what has happened in the trial so far? Yes, Your Honor. The defense is ready. Very well. Is the prosecution also ready? I take it you'd like to give me the opening statement this time? Looks like the judge has become a pretty good mind reader. Well, he's certainly more than
than his fair share of colorful prosecutors. He's certainly seen more of his fair share of colorful prosecutors. Yeah, bro's been whipped before. You could say something of a veteran of sorts. Bro's been whipped. Let's see. In the previous part of this trial, we learned that the victim, Clay Tarrant, escaped from Launchpad 1 carrying the defendant, Solomon Starbuck. There were explosives on the second floor of the Space Center and on the rocket itself. And, yep, Von Karma, bruh. Manfred Von Karma. And? How could the victim climb down the ladder if he was carrying the defendant? That was the mystery that needed to be solved. When Mr. Justice proved that the victim was killed in the boarding lounge, Prosecutor Blackwell, were you able to discover any new facts related to this point? Upon further investigation, we discovered an oxygen tank fragment in the lounge. Von Karma can whip me. Bendy! You got some explaining to do, mister. What the heck are you talking about? Surprisingly, it would appear that Justice Dono's argument was correct. So that means the testimonies of the first two people on the scene are suspect. I'm taking a leave of absence. Hell no you ain't. Where the f you think you're going, dog? Hell no you ain't. But can we truly trust their statements? Let's see. The two people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? Do you think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? Yes, it's certainly possible. We may have to do a little more digging. And just as our team was about to cross-examine Detective Arm, the courtroom bombing incident occurred, and the trial was put on hold. The accursed fellow. He killed my witness. He killed Detective Arm. He definitely put the kibosh on anyone asking her about what she saw. Exactly. In other words, the question of who killed the victim in the boarding lounge. However, once again, can become the main focus of this trial. It's obvious Prosecutor Blackwell still thinks it was Mr. Starbuck. Fulbright said that Blackwell has a thing against the astronaut. Nevertheless, the defense argues that there was a third person in the lounge and that's who killed the victim.
Objection!
Objection! To make such reckless claims in a courtroom takes a bold man or a stupid one. There was no third person in the boarding lounge. Or have you gone dotty already? Old man.
Objection!
We'll see who's daughtered after I trounce you with my years of experience, little boy. Get him, Phoenix. In any case, Mr. Starbuck claims he saw someone leaving the lounge. Furthermore, a Space Center employee also saw a suspicious figure at the scene. They saw a third person. I see my sister has been running her mouth. That's right. I almost forgot that Aura is Prosecutor Blackwell's sister. No matter, she didn't see this mysterious person's face clearly. Therefore, there's no evidence to indict this person, indicate that this person was not the defendant. I guess that's possible. I guess the possibility that the figure was Mr. Starbuck is still there. Bro, what the fuck is greetings? Bro, man, ask Bendy. Bendy a demonic, bro. For some reason, they wanted that godforsaken emote. I got you the hydrate. It's Winton. And Winton this. Pants grab. Alright. Pants grab. In brief, we need to determine if a third person was there or not. To this end, we should hear the testimony of one of the first people on the scene. Director Cosmos, huh? Very well, bailiff. Please bring the... Please bring the witness to the stand. Excuse me, bruh. I had a brain fart. Why, I believe I've seen you before in the newspapers. Of course you have. Of course you have. For I am Yuri Cosmos, director of the Cosmos Space Center, which was, of course, named after me, Yuri Cosmos. Don't you have anything you wish to ask me? Looks like he's all geared up to do some bragging. 7 years ago, I successfully launched the Hat 1 and...
Everyone already knows how brilliant you are. Even I am trying to hold back my tears at seeing such a great man standing before me. So, could you please proceed directly to your important testimony? I see this fine young lad has a proper appreciation of greatness. Then allow me to begin my epochal testimony that will be recorded in the annals of history. Annals? Annals? I'm just going to say annals because it's funny. 7 years ago, yep. That speech of Prosecutor Blackwell's just now. It sounded to me like he was poking fun at Director Cosmos. Probably for the best that it sailed right over the director's head. Now that Director Cosmos, the condensed version of your illustrious testimony, please. Annuls. Oh, annuls. Nope. It's now anals. No shot 7 years ago. No shot it's Mooey, bruh. Detective Arm and I rushed towards the boarding lounge together. We went via the control room and peeked from there to see what was going on inside. We saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge and Terran lying on the floor. I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck. I see. So your testimony, you claim. You arrived on the scene after the two had escaped from the launch pad to the lounge. And just after the victim had been killed. Oh, the horror, the humanity. But what I said is what I saw. What I saw is what I said. Courageous action to take in the face of such terrifying explosions, wouldn't you say? To save my men, I went personally into the epicenter of danger. Risking my own life for theirs. Ugh. Well, what do you know? Sounds like the director really cares about his men. Yeah. Although it sounds more like he was scared and just had a peek from far away. Is the defense ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. Director Cosmos' testimony is pretty vague. I'm going to have to press him and draw out more information before I do anything else. What color is your underwear? I got just the thing for this, bro.
The killer is you!
I knew it. Detective Arm. Oh, I already read this.
Hold it!
Where were you coming from? The 6th floor. We were making sure any stragglers made their way to the 4th floor. It was then we heard about Starbuck and Turan and hurried to the 3rd floor lounge. Don't you gotta be stupid somewhere else? Not until 4. Sounds like some Joel antics, if you ask me. On my galactic scooter here, of course. Why do you keep calling it galactic? Does it have something to do with space? Of course. It's specifically designed to be used on galactic battleships. I see. I take it works at 0G too? Sadly, no. With the current state of technology as it is, I'm afraid it would just float about and be galactically useless. Well, that's a galactic bummer. I see. So you rush to the boarding? Yeah, okay.
Hold it!
Let's see. According to this diagram, look at this photograph. You didn't have to go through the control room to get to the boarding lounge. It's like he could have gone there from the southern corridor as well. Yes, but in her haste, Detective Arm rushed ahead towards the control room. All I could do was merely follow behind her. I see. So he peeked into the boarding lounge with the control room door and...
Hold it!
So you couldn't see who that figure was clearly or what they were doing? Sadly, the only thing you could tell was that it was a person, standing motionless. The defendant, no doubt, staring aghast at his deed. What other explanation is there? I'm so close, but without evidence, I can't prove that person's the third party. I don't relish in this, and... I'm always here on Mega Weenie Mondays.
Hold it!
Mega Weenie Mondays? Aura Blackwell also saw a suspicious figure in the lounge. She also gave the statement that it was too dark to see the person's face clearly. Did she see this figure's face clearly? No, not clearly.
The lighter they were holding illuminated the area around their feet at the time. Better than that, I could see a little else. That's where I could see Taryn, but I couldn't see who the other person was. So for all you know, it might not have been Mr. Starbuck, isn't that correct? I would like to believe that. Starbuck isn't the type of man who's capable of murder.
Objection!
When the witness entered the boarding lounge, there was no third person there. Isn't that correct, Great Space Director? Yes, that's right. Only Starbuck and Taryn were there by that time. After we peeked in, the lounge suddenly went dark and the figure vanished. You mean it disappeared? That's odd.
Objection!
The reason the figure appeared to vanish is because it was the defendant. When the witness weren't looking, he fell to the floor and feigned unconsciousness.
Hold it!
Hold on, the Director Cosmos, did you ever take your eyes off the scene? Just for a brief instant, about as long as it takes for a shooting star to go by. If you took your eyes off the scene, then this third person could have escaped during that time. But what escape route could this person have used? The direct opposite of the control room, the southern door to the elevators. There's no security lock on that door, so it would have been possible to escape that way.
Objection!
All things are possible, right, Dono? The real question is, do you have any proof? Well... If we're just talking about possibilities, we could each profess whatever we'd like. An inmate who used to be a university professor in lunar research used to say that there is a kingdom of little green men who live under the surface of the moon. As long as they don't punish us in the name of said moon for what we've done to it. But I say, where's your proof that this quaint kingdom exists? He's calling your theory a work of fiction, boss. And he's right. I don't have any proof yet, still. The southern door was a possible escape route. I better make a mental note of that. Director Cosmos, may I ask you a question?
Yes? Why did you look away from the boarding lounge?
There's actually another tale of bravery behind the answer to that. It was Detective Arms saw the figure and raised her gun. Being a great humanitarian and protector of mankind, I tried to stop her. What? You're saying Detective Arm raised her gun as soon as she saw the figure? I imagine her instincts as a detective told her they were the killer. I don't know about that. Were you able to prevent Detective Arm from firing her gun? I'm afraid I was too late. I was unable to stop her. She identified herself clearly and then... she fired 2 warning shots at the shadowy figure. This information about Detective Arm's actions sounds critically important. Please add it to your testimony.
Hold it!
And neither of these 2 shots hit the culprit? That is correct. The detective appears to have missed on purpose. But did she really? There's something about this that bothers me. So Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, did she? That's the first time the info has come out. I wonder if I can find any inconsistencies. Well, we only have the 1 bullet hole.
Objection!
Are you sure you were really paying attention to what Detective Arm was doing? You doubt my words? Words that will someday be written down in history books? Somehow, I don't think that those exact words will ever be written down in any history books. Mr. Wright, could you please explain yourself so that we can all understand? You say that Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots. And yeah, only 1 bullet hole was ever found at the scene. What? Only 1 bullet hole means the gun was only fired once. And yet Director Cosmos is saying Detective Arm fired 2 shots. No editor would allow such a glaring contradiction to a history book.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, the witness's words are true. We confirmed that 2 shots were fired from Detective Arm's gun.
Objection!
But there was only 1 bullet hole at the scene. Where did that other bullet hole vanish to? You should know the answer to that already. I should? During the previous trial, a certain oxygen tank was presented as evidence. We've already discussed that it was ruptured in the lounge, have we not?
Well, it appears that the thing that ruptured it was a bullet. A bullet that was found near the tank, to be precise. This bullet was fired from a .38 caliber gun to the same caliber as the detective's gun. What? The rifling marks also match up. There's no question that the bullet was fired from Detective Arm's gun. Alright, but what about the other one then? The other one we got. Oh, wait. It said it was found... Wait, no. This one's different. Examine the rifle marks on a bullet could tell us if the gun was fired from. One of the bullets the detective fired found its way into the holographic image display. The other bullet came to a stop near the victim's oxygen tank. The evidence confirms the director's statement that the detective fired 2 shots. My beautiful contradiction. God. Oh, God. So that bullet hole was from a .38 caliber, huh? I better update the record. Very good. Now we know the fate of both of the shots Detective Arm fired. Mr. Wright, does that clear up all your questions? No, it doesn't. No, Your Honor, it doesn't. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots from a .38 caliber gun. But that doesn't explain the existence of a certain piece of evidence found at the scene. A piece that points to the existence of a third person. Oh? Very well, but it won't do to keep us waiting, Mr. Wright. What piece of evidence suggests the possibility of a third person at the scene?
Take that!
And what is this metal pellet supposed to be? Just a little something of great importance we found at the crime scene, Your Honor.
That's the same fucking
You found it where?
Shines. Looking. Shines. 4 years. W shines. I appreciate it, homie. W sub. Boom, boom. W shines. Looking. Joel, you stupid fuck.
In a floor gutter at the crime scene. It looks like the police and prosecution both missed it. Furthermore, this is a .10 caliber bullet, making it much smaller than one of the Detective Arm's .38 calibers. Then that means... Exactly. One more person must have been there at the lounge. And third person who had a gun that could fire a .10 caliber bullet. And if that's true, it explains why Detective Arm fired warning shots. The third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. And in return, the detective fired warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos? It looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us. What's this now?
What? I don't know, bro.
What? You never breathed a word of any of this to me before. Well, all great men have a secret or two, don't you know? Foolish old geezer. So Director Cosmos has been hiding the presence of a third person all along. Director Cosmos, I want you to testify to the court about what you really saw. You may be a very great man, but in my courtroom, you are just another witness. You won't receive special treatment here. Now, please give accurate testimony. Yeah, you bum. Detective Iron and I rushed to the courtroom, and the lounge. We saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and tearing on the floor. We were still in the courtroom to the east when the figure fired at us. That's a lie. Given that there was no third person in the lounge when the witness entered it, does this mean the person who fired the gun had to have been the defendant? Not necessarily. It's still possible that it was someone else. Most likely, as soon as Detective Arm and Director Cosmos discovered this person, they escaped through the southern door, the one that didn't have a security lock.
Objection!
Double-edged swords are a tricky lot. Mishandle one, it is you who was cut down. Huh? Your reasoning could apply if Spaceboy were the killer as well. Think about it. After being discovered, he could have fired the .10 caliber gun.
Detective Arm would have responded by firing 2 warning shots. All I had to do was feign unconsciousness to invent the possibility of a third person.
Objection!
But Mr. Starbuck didn't have a gun in his possession when he was found by the police. Nor has a gun been found at the crime scene. Wow, you really just said that, Shides. Its absence can only be explained if there was a third party who took it with them.
Objection!
Recall the existence of a trash chute in the boarding lounge. The defendant could have simply thrown the gun down the chute.
Objection!
But you can't deny the possibility of a third person leaving with the weapon.
Objection!
So many objections going off, dog. It's up to you to prove that possibility. And I trust you haven't forgotten my little piece of decisive evidence? What evidence? Well, the detonator switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, naturally. The most compelling evidence of all that tells us he is the culprit. I did forget about all that. Look, your baldness, how deliciously obvious it is that they lack the evidence to rival mine. Wow, he sliced our third-party person theory to ribbons and served it to us just like that. Yes, well, I have a question of my own, actually. That bullet hole that the mysterious figure shot, what did it hit exactly? It hit me. So does that mean you're a ghost? I was wondering when you would realize that you're baldness. Director Cosmos is an authentic, bona fide ghost. He can even pass through walls. Eek!
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, shame on you for testing the nice old gentleman. Teasing the nice old gentleman. Your baldness, it was all in jest. Please show yourself again. Are you sure? In that case, how'd you manage to survive being shot, Director Cosmos? I'm glad you asked. It was a miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself. The bullet hit my glorious Medal of Honor, whereby it ricocheted, thus saving my life. What? That's unbelievable. I have to check this out. Oh, wow, look at that. There's one extra GYAT star. The odds are literally astronomical. I guess it really was a miracle. It's beginning to really feel like the Cosmos is watching out for Director Cosmos. But why did you conceal this information, Director Cosmos? A great man such as myself has to hide things on occasion, no matter how much it hurts. It is the plight of the truly great. It may be hard for this generation to understand. I don't know, but it sounds fishy to me. What else is he hiding? Let's just cross-examine him and see what we can find out. Now then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. I was gonna say, we found the piece though. It doesn't make sense because the bullet was here. The bullet was here. So how does that make any sense?
Objection!
What I'm about to say, Doug. Director Cosmos, I believe you are telling this great court a glorious lie. Great man like me tell a lie? Have you ever heard of such a thing in all history? You just did, like, 5 minutes ago. My accusation is based on the positions of the people who were in the lounge. According to your testimony, you and Detective Arm were near the control room door. And my mystery figure was standing in the middle of the boarding lounge. As if you say, oh, so they were coming from the elevator area, not the control room. The figure fired a gun at you from this position. Then the bullet would have traveled in this direction. However, we found the 10 caliber bullet here. Oh. This trajectory where the bullet was actually found contradict each other. Director Cosmos, where were you really when you were being shot at? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the human merry-go-round.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten already. Didn't the witness himself tell you the bullet hit his metal? Of this, there is no mistake.
Objection!
But in that case, the bullet should have been found near the east side of the room. Are you trying to say that you could explain this inconsistency? Of course. I didn't think so. What?
Oh, great, Director Cosmos.
Yes? Is there something you'd like me to expound upon? You were in fact not in the control room to the east, were you? You were looking into the lodge through the door to the south, is that not right? What are you getting at? Use your own brain. Your head must have some use other than housing that bird's nest. Bird's nest? Why does everyone pick on my hair? Director Cosmos and the detective witnessed the scene from the southern door. The killer fired at them there, and that is why the bullet was found in the south. Ah, that makes some sense, actually. Also, the witness being at the southern door is rather favorable for the prosecution. Huh? Got a bad feeling about this. How about it, Director? If you don't tell the truth this time... Yikes! His handcuffs! You will become but rust upon my sword. I relish the chance to cut down a great man. All right, I'll tell the truth. Just put your sword away. You are correct. I, the great Yuri Cosmos, was looking into the room for the southern door. What? That's the complete opposite of all the testimony he's given so far. And now you have lost your possibility that a third person was in the room. That's a lie. Liar! I have? How? The director and the detective were near the southern door. Meaning the killer couldn't have escaped through there. The western door required recognition. The corridor beyond was filled with smoke. The only escape route left was the eastern control room door. And the only way to get through there was the Director Cosmos' fingerprints. Ah, wasn't there no power, though? Boom. In short, there would be no escape for any third person to have been there one. Had there been one. My third person just disappeared, like in one of Trucy's magic tricks. Silence! Director Cosmos, why did you tell such an outrageous lie? You were covering for the defendant, isn't that right? Yes, it was all for the love of my men. If I said I was in the eastern control room, it would mean the culprit could have escaped through the southern door. It would have meant that there could have been a third person. All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person. What a convoluted lie. Was he really covering for the defendant? No. Looks like we've come to a conclusion. That the defense's argument, the possibility of a third person, has crumbled. No. It's over. Yikes. The judge is about to hand down his verdict. Think, Phoenix, think. This is the perfect time to try and turn my thinking around. If a third person had no way of escaping the scene, then what if one of the persons at the scene was this third person? Wait. What if the whole premise is all wrong? Director Cosmos said that he and Detective Arm rushed to the scene together. But what if that premise isn't true? What if one of them reached the scene before the other one? And if that person entered the lounge, then they would be the third person. The defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim and shot at the director. That doesn't appear to be any room for the argument against these claims. I will now render my verdict.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. There is still one possibility. Oh? This had better be good, Mr. Wright. There is one and only one other person who could have escaped from the scene. And that person would be the first person who arrived on the scene. Then upon entering the boarding lounge, the second person arrived came via the southern door. That's why the first person fled from the room, using an escape route that was only accessible only to them. He made up the lie to cover for himself. Dirty, rotten liar. Liar! Very well, let's hear more about this theory. It was Aura.
Take that!
What? But that's... Mr. Wright, what are you claiming here? Of all the people who were at the scene, only the witness could have escaped. The director is the only one with the authority to open the control room door, after all. It was a hunk of junk. That bum-ass robot. But that means... Exactly. The true identity of the third person is our current witness. Director Yuri Cosmos. What? 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 Bam, 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 bam. What? Order! On the court, I say. Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself in more detail. I assert that Director Cosmos arrived at the scene before Detective Arm and entered the boarding lounge alone. Detective Arm arrived after that and saw a suspicious figure who was actually Director Cosmos standing in the lounge. And that's why she fired those 2 warning shots. I've been hit! I've been hit on the starboard side! Captain Wright, it's a direct hit on the enemy ship. Sir, a magnificent shot. Warning shots fired from the enemy ship. Prepare to intercept. Cosmos, you have told a lie in this court once again. The enemy called in his reinforcements. Earth to Cosmos Control Center. Requesting permission to ask that you return to reality. My ship will not go down to anything less than the ultimate weapon of evidence.
Objection!
But I do have evidence. In fact, you could say that your battleship bears its scars. Director Cosmos is a third person or a black will saw. Third person fired at... Okay, got it. Director Cosmos must have been the one who fired the 10 caliber gun. When Detective Arm discovered him in the lounge, it only makes sense that would have turned and shot at her. Therefore, the evidence on the director's body is one of a different kind of relevance than before. Once we compare it against another piece of evidence, the mark that you receive from the third party will be all the proof we need to prove that you were the one there in the lounge. Brace for further impact. Comparison against this piece of evidence will prove that you were the one in the lounge. Do 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 do. Bim 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 bim. Wait. Once we compare it against, wait. But Detective Arm discovered him in the lounge. It only makes sense that he would have turned and shot at her. Therefore, the evidence on the director's body is one of a different kind of relevance than before. Once we compare it against another piece of evidence, the mark you received from the third party will be all the proof we need. You sunk my battleship! W.
Take that!
The 38 caliber bullet found on the floor at the scene didn't hit the oxygen tank. It hit Director Cosmos' metal. If we have that ricochet mark on the metal analyzed, I'm sure the caliber will match up. If that mark proves to be from a 38 caliber bullet, it will prove that you are the third person we've been looking for. The bridge is destroyed. Losing altitude. All hands abandon ship. That's true. Then what about the bullet that hit the oxygen tank? It was a 10 caliber bullet. In other words, it was the bullet fired from Yuri Cosmos. Isn't that right, Director? No, you've got it all wrong. What? The engines have started again? It's a miracle. I'm not going down yet. Witness, stop this at once and confess the truth. If you don't want the history books to say that a great man was a great liar, then accept your fate and tell the truth. Are you giving me orders? Me, the great director of the Cosmos Space Center? Or you should literally just spinning, dog. And will someone please stop the witness from spinning?
Bro going pog spin.
Phew! Thank goodness we were able to stop him from spinning off the face of the earth. While he was twirling, I took the liberty of running an analysis on the mark on the metal. It was made by a .38 caliber bullet, matching it with the size of Detective Arm's firearm. Are you ready to confess the truth, witness? No. You've got it all wrong. This is just a misunderstanding. Is he going to start piling on more lies? It looks like it. But no matter how many lies he tells, I'll just expose them one by one. I'll make that big liar tell the truth. To be continued. Interesting. This all seems a bit too easy. Yeah, there's something fishy going on, Coolio. Alright, hold on. I don't know why there was a to be continued there. That was weird. Alright, hold on. I gotta piss real quick. I'll be right back, fellas. Piss break! Piss break. Oh shit, I forgot something. Hold on. Ice cream sandwich, anyone? In this hot ass weather? Thank you, Bendy Dono. Let's get this show on the road. Director Cosmos, a new possibility has been presented by the defense. They are claiming that you were this third person. Forgive me, I'm so sorry. So the great pioneer of space and development is revealed to be just another fabulous cur. I only have one question for the likes of you. Should I send you out quickly or very quickly?
The evidence doesn't lie, Director Cosmos. So don't try to talk your way out of this. Fine, I'll tell the truth. It's all just as you say, Mr. Wright. It's true that I was there in the boarding lounge. I got there before Detective Arm, and when she arrived, she fired warning shots at me. I was afraid people would mistake me for the killer, so I escaped to the control room. And then I went past the elevators and all the way along the boarding lounge, all the way around to boarding lounge 1 again. I came up behind Detective Arm and pretended to be the second on the scene. What a troublesome old man you are, with such convoluted deeds and thoughts. I see. So then, are you still insisting that you did not kill the victim? Of course I am. When I arrived at the lounge alone, I saw the true killer. The great Yuri Cosmos was a history-making witness.
Hold it!
Now hold on just a moment. We just proved a few minutes ago that the third person Mr. Starbuck and Miss Aura Blackwood saw was you. No, it wasn't me. I saw the person as well. If I were the killer, why'd I lie to cover for Starbuck? I would just leave him to take the fall. That is an excellent point. Well, makes sense. Makes some sense if he told those lies to cover for Mr. Starbuck. Still, a lie's a lie, Athena. So Director Cosmos claims he's not the culprit, but where's the proof? I just remembered. I have an alibi. Miss Blackwell said I saw the killer at 10 a.m., correct? Yes. And? Well, I was on the 4th floor helping with the evacuation effort. Ask any member of the staff you'd like. They'll corroborate me. The director is not fibbing to the court for once. I confirm that he has an alibi for the time specified. So you're claiming that Miss Blackwell saw the killer commit the crime first at 10 a.m. And then you arrived at the lounge after that? Yes. I believe the person I saw is the same person that Miss Blackwell saw. Although it was pitch black, so it was more of a shadowy figure and less of a person. I couldn't actually see their face, but it was definitely the silhouette of an earthling. As long as he has an alibi, we can't very well claim Director Cosmos was the killer. No, we can't. And again, we don't need to yet. I wonder if he was really covering for Mr. Starbuck. Your Honor, the defense moves to have the director testify about the person he saw. Very well. Director Cosmos, your testimony, please. God, this ice cream sandwich right now hits the spot. As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. I hated to avoid getting shot. Excuse me. When I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. I was near the elevator side door, the Launchpad 1 door. And the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer. So you were shot by the killer as well, and then they disappeared? Yes, though luckily no harm came to my glorious body. Unfortunately, the bullet hit Terran's oxygen tank. I know, because I heard a pang. That must have been the sound of the tank being ruptured. Wait, but I thought the bullet hit his metal. That was Detective Arm's bullet, remember? Right. What a mess this is turning into. So let's see. Director Cosmos is claiming that when he found Mr. Terran and his killer, the culprit shot a 10 caliber bullet at him. I also have foob. What kind of foob? Right, but it actually hit Mr. Terran's oxygen tank and ruptured it. And then the killer disappeared and the director went into the boarding lounge. But Detective Arm caught up and fired those warning shots at him. Judging by his medal, it looks like one of them almost took him out, too. Good summary. Well, that doesn't explain where our Mr. Killer went. Director Cosmos, I was wondering if you could elaborate on when the figure disappeared. I'm ashamed to admit, I tried to hide myself when I was shot at, but when I peeked back into the lounge, the real killer was gone. I rushed into the lounge straight away to investigate. But what I found was Taran with a knife in his chest and Starbuck out cold on the floor. So we have a culprit who vanished from a scene that had no escape route. Vanished without a trace. It's truly like one of the great mysteries of the cosmos.
Silence.
A riddle of the ages indeed, but I'd rather know. How a fibbing leech such as you can be lauded as great? Great man is always misunderstood in his own time. But he must remain true to himself, even if those around him don't understand. Well, that might be the first true statement he said all day. But how do you suppose this person managed to vanish so suddenly? Simple, because it was Space Boy himself. When he was spotted by the director in Aura, he quickly feigned unconsciousness. It would certainly take all the mystery out of the idea of a vanishing culprit. I want to raise an objection, but I don't have any counter evidence. Director Cosmos, when you saw this person, did you also see Mr. Starbuck on the floor? No, because it was as dark as a black hole in there. I didn't see Starbuck until the other person vanished and I entered the room. That wasn't exactly helpful. I'm prepared to accept your surrender, right, Donna? Can't find any holes in this testimony, but I can't give up. Mr. Wright, why don't you let me help? Here we go. Which means he's hiding his true feelings from us, huh? This just might help us find out what happened to our vanished killer. That'd be great, Athena. Let's see what you can do with him. You got it, boss. I wouldn't want to miss this chance to delve into a great mind. You're in Cosmos, prepared to hand over the secrets of your heart to me. Can't really blame the old man. Who's gonna re-peek someone with a gun? Maybe he's got the best head glitch. He keeps claiming feigned unconsciousness, but literally they found sleep drugs in his system. Literally, but you know these damn prosecutors, bruh. I see the shocked and sad, but why mad? Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be afraid of the launch pad door. The great Yuri Cosmos afraid? On what basis do you have for that outlandish accusation? Whether I have a basis or not, you seem quite distressed by it. Most certainly not. Director Cosmos, there's something about the launch pad door you're not telling us, isn't there? Wow, he's speechless. Looks like you hit the nail on the head, boss. It's working, boss. One more punch and it'll be a knockout. There seems to be one more emotion that's at odds with his testimony. Go get him. Okay, back in the Matrix. Time to pinpoint our way to victory. Oh my god, I'm so smart. You must have thought it was very strange that the killer vanished into thin air. I did. That kind of thing just doesn't happen usually. And yeah, at the time you barely registered any shock at the occurrence. What? Why are you... I can only think that one reason as to why you weren't surprised by the killer's vanishing act. You must have had a good idea where they went. Isn't that right? What? No, of course not. That's preposterous. Only I can enter the control room. And the area beyond the launch pad door was filled with smoke, making it impassable. As for the southern door, I was standing right there. So there was nowhere for the killer to run to. Maybe or maybe not, you went into the room to check on Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Taryn, yes? What if the culprit took that opportunity to silently slip out through the southern door? I highly doubt it. As you recall, right after I entered the lounge, Detective Arm came rushing towards herself via the southern hallway. Anyone trying to escape through there would have been caught by her. And yet the director wasn't surprised the killer vanished. So you're absolutely sure there was no escape route for the culprit to use? I'll just input those 2 pieces of data and... yes, just what I wanted to see. Presto changeo, less Discord. It looks like we're on the right track. Thanks, Athena. Now to make sense of what we've learned. Director Cosmos wasn't surprised that the culprit suddenly vanished from the lounge. Which points to the possibility that he knew where the killer had escaped to. Furthermore, talking about the door to the launch pad made him uneasy. In other words, he's probably hiding something about the launch pad 1 door. When we put these 2 pieces together, only one solution to this puzzle comes to mind.
Take that!
What the director is hiding about the Launchpad 1 door should be able to iron out the logical inconsistencies. Oh shit, wait, is this the right one? We should be able to iron out the logical systems. Only Starbuck and Taryn I have access. I don't see how the killer could open the door. Okay. I thought I was wrong. Come to think of it, we did examine the prints of the fingerprint recognition device. I propose that the killer used this person's fingerprints to get past the security lock.
Take that!
Yikes! That person's fingerprints were not found on the device. You sounded so sure, only to produce this nonsense. Wait, whose fingerprints did we find on the door? Oh, Starbuck. My fault. For some reason, I thought it was him.
Take that!
Brain fart. Yeah, that was a brain fart moment. That's... Mr. Starbuck was lying unconscious there in the boarding lounge. Anyone could have easily gotten past the security lock by using Mr. Starbuck's prints. My fault, Coolio. My fault, homie. And actually, Mr. Starbuck's prints are exactly what we found on the device's screen. Looks like he does have something to hide about Launchpad 1 door. And I'm betting it's got something to do with the culprit's escape route. But I don't have enough information to see the whole picture yet. You know, something just occurred to me. Would you like to hear it? Huh? Oh, yes, by all means. There's a security camera in the boarding lounge 1. Right? The one that recorded the victim and the defendant. What about it, Your Honor? If the true culprit escaped in the Launchpad 1 corridor, then that might be recorded on the security footage as well. Then the mystery would be solved. What do you think of my logic? I hope you didn't strain your faculties too much for that, your baldness. I beg your pardon? Look, if we play the security footage beyond this point... Oh my! The footage cuts off! The camera was running on battery power, but apparently the power cables were damaged. Most likely by the after effects of the explosion. There was no footage after this, be it of criminals or space aliens. I thought it was such a good idea, too. Just because your grandchild's watching from the gallery doesn't mean you should try to show off too much, Grandpa Ballmiss. Prosecutor Blackwell, how'd you know about my grandchild? I think his grandchild just learned a little about the harshness of the adult world. Setting aside the issue of grandchildren, I'd like to have the witness continue. Director Cosmos, could you tell us more about when you entered the lounge? If I must. It's not him being mad. Herm. Okay. It's got to be one of these. No. It's one of these? Because why is there no emotion? Bro's not pissed. Okay, bro's not happy either. Okay, so it's not one of those. Alright. Huh. If I keep going, hold on. What do you think about the Director Cosmos' emotional response, Athena? Actually, my cat is really sick, you know. What? Oh, very sorry to hear that. Okay. But there's nothing natural about the director's reactions. I think how each individual reaction changes across the whole testimony would be the key. Sounds unnaturally complicated, but that somehow doesn't surprise me. There's nothing natural about the director's reactions. I think how each individual reaction changes across the whole testimony will be the key. I thought it'd be anger, but I already tried that one. That one wasn't it. It's gotta be this. No? What the hell is going on? This one's a tough one. Took so much time to get here that I'm not even gonna bother. I'm gonna watch the VOD. You're all good. Yeah, a lot's happened, so. What's up, Jiro? Where? What? Who? When? Where? Why? What is the fucking reaction, dog? No, I literally checked all these. All right. Process of elimination time. Here we go. We're doing this. Process of elimination. No. Wasn't sadness either, so it's not that one. Okay. Maybe mad? No. What the hell, bruh? Was a bit of a toughie. I know, literally. Oh my god. If there was a health bar, I'd lose my fucking mind. It's gonna be something fucking dumb. So we checked all those. We checked all these. We checked all these. Why would he be shot? He was getting shot at. Director Cosmos. That's a BS moment. Why were you surprised when Detective Arm found you and again when she fired? What are you talking about? I'd be shocked. Isn't that a bit unnatural? Sadly, even great men such as myself have ordinary human feelings. Our bodies are bound by the forces of gravity and emotions. Even a great man such as myself experiences such surprise on occasion. Yeah, I sure you do.
But my real point, it's not the fact that you were surprised, but rather what were you surprised by? I don't know, because bro was getting shot at? Pardon me? First, you were surprised when Detective Arm found you in the lodge. And just after that, you were, of course, again surprised when she shot at you. But consider what you were surprised about. A strange phenomenon occurs here. Director Cosmos, what is strange about your surprise reaction is the fact that you were... You were surprised when the detective found you, a self-styled great man, and then you were surprised again when she fired warning shots at you. Okay. That wasn't... Sure, you were surprised when Detective Arm shot at you. But the surprise you felt when she found you in the lodge was much greater. Oh, that's right. Because it does blink more if you're more surprised. So he was more surprised when he saw her more than when she shot at her, I guess. I guess, bruh. The fact that you were more surprised by simply being found than by being shot at suggests to me that you were conflicted about whatever it was you were doing there. The enemy has acquired a new weapon. Commence operation hide under your desk. Please tell me I finally sunk his battleship. 30%, so there's still some noise. Boss, I'm getting less Discord now. That must mean he really is hiding something about that launch pad door. Whatever he's hiding most likely has something to do with the killer's escape. I wonder what it could be. If he was doing something suspicious around that door, maybe we can spot some changes between before he came to the room and after.
Detective Fulbright gave us a photo taken after the crime. Let's run a comparison. Let's see, this is the footage of the door before Director Cosmos arrived. Oh, I see. Don't be ridiculous. If you really do have an answer, you'd have to point it out already.
Take that!
The answer is this knob. That's... Your Honor, please take a look at this footage. Let's see. Let's see. Take a look at this knob next to the launch pad door. I can see it's horizontal. Yes, it is, isn't it? You knob. However, when we investigated the scene of the crime yesterday, the knob was vertical. And what does that mean? It means that someone between the before the director arrived and after, someone turned this knob. After the scene was discovered, you were the only one who could have turned the knob. Come on now, Director Cosmos. Let's hear what you have to say. What were you trying to do by turning that knob by the door? Fine, I admit it. You're right, I did turn that knob. That knob is a safety lock that meant to keep the launch pad in place. I was afraid there'd be more explosions. So I wanted to move the launch pad away. You wanted to do what? Hey, didn't Ponko tell us something about how they prepare for launch? She said that once the launch pad's fully assembled, it's moved to the launch site. You knob. Knob this, pants grab. But the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to be disengaged first. I guess that clears up what that knob is for. Oh, so if the killer escaped in the launch pad 1 corridor, maybe they were transported along with the launch pad to the launch site? I don't think so. The launch pad 1 corridor was filled with smoke. I don't think they could have escaped through that corridor. So then where did the killer escape to? I guess there are still some things we have to uncover. Director Cosmos, I request that you tell us about moving the launch pad in more detail. Fine, but listen carefully, for I'm about to give history-making testimony. Here we go again, bruh. Why are you happy here? Why are you happy here, big man? I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. You make it sound like you were reluctant to do so. And yeah, you did it. You felt some joy as if you were very pleased with yourself. How did you do it? How do you know everything as if we were there? Pretty impressive, isn't it? This is the power of analytical psychology. So care to explain why you felt joy when you disengaged the safety lock? When I think back on the facts we've discovered up to this point, I have to believe that you were trying to fulfill some hidden agenda. How'd you know about that, too? Because I'm more or less a pro at guessing. But you have no proof that I had a hidden agenda. And even if I did, I would never ever tell you, so there. I know they say people regress as they grow older, but you, sir, take the cake. How could you doubt a man with such great intensity, intelligence, and integrity?
Silence.
You, a man of integrity? Don't make me laugh. Prosecutor Blackwell? What came over him all of a sudden? You spouted nothing but falsities since you stepped up to the stand. You're not the kind of man that will be glorified in the annals of history. Not for the greatness, anyway. Unless you consider greatness greatest barefaced liar in honor. Liar! His words bite harder than his blade. You moved the launch pad 1 after the explosions? My, how naive you are. You fail to realize how even the facts themselves have betrayed you. You know, just a thought, but modern English could be your friend. And here's a thought for you. Immediately following the bombing, the launch pad was on the boarding lounge one side. The police confirmed this on the scene. What? Liar! So that means the director didn't move the launch pad? Curse my judgment for calling history's greatest liar to the witness stand. Let us leave him to indulge in his lies and war games to his heart's content.
Objection!
But it doesn't make sense. You can't deny that someone turned the knob. Once the safety lock was released, I'm sure the pad must have went somewhere. I ain't calling you a truther. I ain't taking you out for dinner. If we chase down the truth of the issue, we might just find where the killer escaped to. Ah! You sure it must have went somewhere? We just might find out. Your arguments are nothing but conjecture, bluffing, and wishful thinking. Stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is. Or are you not man enough to do, too, boy? Boy? Talk about hitting below the belt. Youngins these days. I don't understand that. I'm sure Director Cosmos must have moved the launch pad. The knob was definitely turned after he came to the lounge. But the launch pad is right where it's supposed to be. Wait a minute. Maybe I have it all backwards. Well, if the director turned the knob, not to move the launch pad away, but to bring it back to where it was supposed to be? What are you blathering about? What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident? And then after the incident, Director Cosmos moved it back to its usual spot. All he had to do was turn the knob to call the launch pad back. It would be right where the police found it. Gah! What the hell is that emote? Angie walk? I've never seen that one before. He made him sigh like Mr. Starbug. What I said really that off base? It pains me to have to explain how wrong your own logic is to you. However, a great liar turned the knob only after he discovered the crime scene. Indeed, the pad existed beyond the lounge when our Astro Wonders made their escape. Hold on, give me 1 second, fellas. Hold. Shut up, Opera. Gotta put something on this side street. This side monitor. Alright. Opera. A fact that has been recorded for posterity on filmless film. Oh, right. So to reiterate, stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is, boy. Not again. Get a grip, Mr. Wright, and focus. We know the launch pad must have been moved. It's gonna get sticky. But our deductions and the actual facts of the case are in direct contradiction to each other. Well, maybe the two astronauts never actually boarded the rocket. This footage could be fake. Take with the body doubles after the incident or something. On second thought, that's too far-fetched even for me. Never actually boarded the rocket. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe, just maybe. Prosecutor Blackwell, what if I told you that the two astronauts never set foot inside the launch pad area, but instead went to another place? What if the director moved the launch pad one back and was not from the launch site, but from another place? What would you say then? Cut the existential bull or I'll cut you. Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself at once. I know I'm right. It was all the other way around from the beginning. Very well, Your Honor, let me explain. Director Cosmos' reason for moving the launch pad 1 was because he wanted to trap the true killer. Okay. Wasn't trapping the true killer. He's not that smart. Because he wanted to hide Launchpad 1 Well, let's suppose he did move it. Where in the world would he hide it? An enormous launch pad like that, I highly doubt it could be truly hidden. Oh, behind something maybe? Okay, so it's neither of those. To switch it with another place! Because he wanted to switch it with some other place. Oh, did he swap it with the museum maybe? I'm sorry, but did you say switch it? What could he possibly have switched the launch pad with? Oh, you'd be surprised, Your Honor. All it takes is a little thinking outside the box, and the answer becomes clear as day. My fault, Bendy, my fault, Bendy, my fault.
Take that!
Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum? In the past, Space Museum used to be Launchpad 2. And it has all the same features as Launchpad 1. It can even be moved to the launch site. Meaning the Space Museum and the Launchpad all one can also be switched with each other. You can't mean... The rocket the astronauts boarded was not the one in Launchpad 1. It was the one in the Space Museum. Balderdash. And yet, it's the only explanation that accounts for every riddle and inconsistency. This is how the Space Center was just before the incident. See, Launchpad 1 and Space Museum have already switched places. That's right. With the two switched like this, the astronauts entered the Space Museum from Boarding Lounge 1. This allowed the True Killer to enter Launchpad 1 from Boarding Lounge 2 and set the bomb on the rocket. Come to think of it, the door to the Space Museum from the Boarding Lounge 2 brain-eating amoeba die from starvation? That's a good thing. W. Exactly. Anyone can pass through the door to the Space Museum. There was no fingerprint recognition system on that door. In other words, with the two launch pads switched like that, someone other than Mr. Starbuck could have easily planted that bomb. After setting the bomb on the rocket, the culprit snuck into Boarding Lounge 1 and waited there concealed, in order to kill Mr. Terran when the two astronauts emerged from the Space Museum. Recall that Miss Blackwell, Mr. Starbuck, and the director all saw a suspicious figure, who we can suppose after killing Mr. Terran, made their escape into Space Museum. After that, the director Cosmo switched the two launch pads back, without realizing the killer was inside the Space Museum. Oh my god, I'm getting hiccups again. The killer then left the Space Museum and made a clean getaway. Right, Dono, I see you know how to handle a sword and handle it well. Perhaps I should call you Sword Master Bluff? I am a seasoned warrior who has cut down many a prosecutor.
Silence.
Silence. But unless you can prove your theory, it's no better than a rusty sword. That's right, you have no proof I switched the launch pads. Somebody needs a better anger management counselor. The launch pads really were switched. There might be a record of it somewhere. At this point, Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched with each other. So the corridor beyond the door should be the one that belongs to the Space Museum. Let's see. This is an image of the Launchpad 1 corridor. Do you see anything different when we compare to the security footage? Huh? That number on the floor. Well, what do you know? It looks like we have proof after all, Prosecutor Blackwell. He looks pissed. And if this is just another bluff? Oh, don't worry. It's all right here. Right in this footage. Oh, wait, I even see there's a 2! There's a 2! There's a 2! Proof that beyond this door is the corridor of the Space Museum. Very well, then. Answer this for me if you would. There's a 2! There's one on the floor of the launch pad 1 corridor. But take a look at the floor of the corridor in the security footage. Do you see the number on the floor behind the astronauts? It doesn't look like a 1, does it? That's because you can see is actually part of a 2. What? Why is it a 2 and not a 1? That's because the corridor you see is the one to the Space Museum. And so that means the corridor in this footage was not filled with smoke. That's right, because the explosion didn't occur in the Space Museum. The explosion could occur in Launch Pad 1 on the side opposite the Space Museum. And now we know the 2 astronauts escaped from the Space Museum. The mystery from the previous trial of how they got down the ladder is all cleared up. Mr. Terran carrying Mr. Starbuck simply took the elevator from the upper level down to the middle level. Just incredible. The 2 launch pads were actually switched. But you'd think someone would have noticed an event of this magnitude. Everyone was down in the basement shelter when the launch pads were swapped back. There's no way anyone could have known what was happening on the surface. Bim, 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 bim. God, this music is so good. Bye-bye. No more lies, Director Cosmos. It's high time you told us the truth. No more Discord? Back to WhatsApp? What happened? What happened? Galactic engine ignition. What? Gone haywire. Oh shit. Where's bro going? Where is bro going? Oh. Uh-huh. Bailiff! Oh. I was like, what are you talking about? Bailiff, on your steed, and after that witness! On your steed! Oh, he looks so sad. And old. Ew. I see we managed to retrieve you before you came to any bodily harm. Director Cosmos, do you admit you switched the launch pads? I admit it's true. I switched the launch pad 1 for the Space Museum. It's good to hear words I can believe for a change. Before you do, Your Honor, 2 things. First, we don't know if Mr. Terran had prior knowledge of the switch. As for Mr. Starbuck, he was unaware of his surroundings thanks to his medication. Either way, Mr. Terran would have realized the instant he stepped into the Space Museum. That had been switched with Launchpad 1. So my first question is, if the Space Museum was perfectly fine, why did Mr. Terran feel the need to put on such a dramatic display? As for my second question, I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the 2 launch pads to begin with. Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in the blast. Director is terrified. He must have one heck of a reason for not wanting to explain why. Probably not a good time to try pry it out of him, huh? Excuse me, but would you mind if I picked up my stars? Without my badge of rank, I'm nothing. I don't see why not. Bailiff, help the director retrieve his stars. Has to hurt like a motherfucker. His hands are probably red as shit. It appears the possibility of a culprit other than the defendant has presented itself. Mr. Starbuck, is there anything you wish to say? I don't get it. Don't get it. What don't you get? Director, why'd you do all that? From the very beginning, you never meant for the launch to go ahead, did you? You tricked us. Mr. Starbuck. Starbuck, my boy. I'm sorry. I can't tell you the reason why. But I had to do it to protect the Space Center.
Director, will I ever get the chance to go into space again? Yes, of course. I won't rest until it happens. I will get you into space again, my boy. Oh. Then the dream is still alive.
Silence.
Silence. You're not going into space, Starbuck, but prison. I won't have it any other way. Why are you so hung up on him? Yes, I accepted the launch pads really were switched. And if they were a third person at the scene, I suppose they could have escaped. But I have yet to see proof of this third person escape via the Space Museum. Oh, that's a good point. He's right, I don't have any proof. Starbuck, you will spill everything you know. What? Me? Where'd you get those bombs? Tell me now. If you don't, my blade shall feast on your blood. If I'm going to die, I want to die in space. I have to do something. Solomon Starbuck, prepare yourself. Fulbright! Now, you know violence isn't the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. That annoying, cheerful laugh can't be none other than Fulbright. Champion of righteousness, Bobby Fulbright here. In justice we trust. Detective Fulbright? Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lawyer. I hope I'm not too late. I don't believe we had an appointment. I tried to hurry, but I ended up helping a little old lady cross the street. And then I had to break up a cat fight. I tell you, justice sure is a full-time job. Was it a fight between cats, or... Why are you here again? Because the defendant is the culprit. I came to make sure that justice is served. I don't have any idea what you're talking about. Fulbright. I always thought you were a bit touched in the head. Nope. It looks like you've succumbed to this phantom of yours. Get him, Fulbright! Get him! Open your eyes and let the evidence of justice uncloud your judgment. What evidence? Come to think of it, he did say something about finding us some evidence. I didn't think it was serious, though. So what is it, Detective? Is it something that will prove Mr. Starbuck innocent? It is indeed. Have a look at this. What is this? A lighter? That's right, a lighter, though, thought to have been used by the culprit, no less. The Space Museum's cleaning robot picked it up. As the victim, Clay Terran's blood along with the killer's fingerprints on it. What? Good shit, Fulbright. My man. Order. Detective Fulbright, can I assume that the fingerprints don't belong to the defendant? You bet. Mr. Starbuck is totally innocent. This is it. This is just what I needed. Let's fucking go, Fulbright. Your Honor, this is decisive evidence that supports the defense's earlier claim. Get him, Fulbright! Yeah! I fucking love Fulbright. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. With pleasure, Your Honor. Recall where this lighter was found. Based on that, we can extrapolate that after the killer murdered Mr. Terran, they escaped with the lighter in hand into the Space Museum, where they dropped it. The switching of the two launch pads occurred. Then finally, the killer left through boarding lounge 2 and made their escape. Meanwhile, Mr. Starbuck was found in boarding lounge 1 after the murder. A fact that Director Cosmos has testified to. Therefore, Mr. Starbuck couldn't have possibly been the one to drop the lighter there. Mysterious figure with a lighter. He went in the lounge and found the unconscious Mr. Starbuck.
Otherwise, Mr. Starbuck wouldn't have had time to double back to the museum. No, Prosecutor Blackwell, this lighter could only have been dropped by the real killer. Most importantly, Mr. Starbuck's fingerprints were nowhere to be found on this lighter. I think you understand what this means, don't you? This piece of evidence unequivocally proves that Mr. Starbuck wasn't the culprit. This does indeed appear to be a decisive evidence that proves the defense's claim. After that, for the remote switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, we can assume it was planted by the killer on the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. No, there must be some mistake. Frankly, Prosecutor Blackwell, I've been worried about you. You've been chasing this phantom for 7 whole years. I understand your urgency because tomorrow...
Silence.
Oh, does the case close tomorrow? Oh, the case must close tomorrow, because I think it's, what, after 7 years of a case being, like, opened, it closes or some shit? Fulbright, you promised never to speak of that. Huh? Tomorrow? What about tomorrow? Given the body of evidence, I think it's safe to say the defendant is innocent, in light of the fact that it was impossible for him to have committed the crime. A few unanswered questions remain, so I look forward to see what you two uncover. But for now, this court finds the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, not guilty. Yeah! We just don't know who the... Wait! Well, where's it? Wait! Fingerprints! Whose fingerprints are they? Yes, we did it, Mr. Wright. Looks like we pulled it off somehow, huh? With some help from Detective Fulbright. Mr. Wright, Miss Sykes, thank you. And please thank Apollo for me, too. You are all the best. Oh, I wish we could tell Apollo right now about Mr. Starbuck's verdict right now. Yeah, me too. But that's going to have to wait. Now that a verdict has been reached, I'd like to bring today's trial to a close. Court is adjourned. Interesting. I don't think this is the end of the chapter. No way.
Objection.
There we go. I was going to say, no way. Nah, literally. We had to find who did it, but now this one we don't. It's too late to object, isn't it? It simply isn't possible. Something's wrong. Prosecutor Blackwell? Are you dissatisfied with the verdict? Fulbright! What were the results of the fingerprints analysis for the lighter? Huh? The results? Well, I was in a hurry, you see, and then there was the cat fight, and well... I kind of got carried away when I heard the prints weren't Mr. Starbuck's. Oh. You have yet to read it? Prosecutor Blackwell, can you read out who the prints belong to? Upon thorough analysis, the fingerprints were found to belong to Athena Sykes. What? 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 Do I have a shocked one, bruh? Do I have a shocked one? I don't have a shocked one.
Objection.
What the fuck? So says the report. What? What? Huh? Me? Oh, order, I say, order. Miss Sykes, tell me you have an explanation for this. We just finished proving that the lighter could only belong to the killer. So finding your prints on it can only lead us to one grave conclusion. I don't know how they got on there, but I know I'm not the culprit. This can't be happening. We built up our argument piece by piece. I don't think any of our reasoning was faulty. So how could it have led to this? I'm trying to think. Athena's prints? How? Unless someone had, like... I don't know. Like, falsified fingerprints, maybe? God, what have I done? Please forgive me. I'm sorry. Order, order. Detective Fulbright, stop your crying.
What in the world is happening? It's like the world's gone mad. Order! Order! I will have order! Confusion spiraled into utter chaos. After all, we'd fought for the truth that had turned cruelly on us to accuse Athena of the crimes. Somewhere, somehow, everything had gone terribly wrong. We had stumbled over the edge of reason and into the jaws of a twisted darkness. Wait, that's the end of episode 4? Man, what? Man, what? You can't end there? What the fuck? What the hell is even that, Bendy? Nah, that's crazy. That's a fat cliffhanger. Wait! I know I hate to do this, bro. I hate to do this, but look who's in 5. Look who's in 5. Look. He's back. Looks like we're getting some Miles Edgeworth again. Edgy. Edgy boy is back. Dubs. So yeah, we'll do episode 5, and I'm also gonna do the special episode. I will also do the special. We're already almost done with Dual Destinies. Thank God, Edgeworth is back, dog. W. Athena's got Cyclops. What is Athena not? What's Athena's deal? Who the hell has Phoenix hired, dog? Who has Phoenix hired, bro? First Apollo, now Athena. What's going on, bro? What if Athena really did kill? What if Athena really did kill Apollo's friend? That'd be crazy. That's a crazy cliffhanger to hang on, by the way, to end on. That's crazy. But yeah. Well, I was if that was chapter 4 was gonna continue, I was gonna keep going, but I mean, looks like that's the end of chapter 4. That was a short ass episode. I finished that in like 5 hours. That was the shortest episode yet. I can only imagine this episode's gonna be massive. So. I have to wait for Saturday. No, and I do too, Bendy. I do too. We will continue this on Saturday, bruh. Ah, what a cliffhanger. What a cliffhanger, bruh. Okay. Well, I've been streaming for about 5 hours. I think that's a good stream. Hop on Lober Watch. Man, what? Oh, shit. What a great game. W Dual Destinies. No, Joverwatch. Bendy doesn't want to suffer on Joverwatch, bro. Nah, Ace Attorney knows how to make some fire-ass games. Fire-ass games. This is why we need a 7th one. They need to hurry up and come out with a 7th Ace Attorney game already. Holy frick, that's so cool. Alright. We finished that, bruh. And I am sweating up a storm. So I think that is where I'm gonna end it here. That was a good chapter. That was a very good chapter. W Fulbright. W fucking Fulbright. Wither Waves? I am probably gonna play some Wuthering Waves when I get off. I don't think I'll stream it, but ending. I am in fact ending. Ah, W game, bro. W fucking game. But yes, that is going to be it for me, fellas. I am blistering hot right now. I pretty much literally, I didn't have my shirt off, but I literally had my shirt like raised up to here like the entire time, bro. It was so fucking hot. As you can see, my fucking arm is still. But I do appreciate y'all for hanging out, man. W stream, W Ace Attorney. We will, of course, be back to figure out what the fuck's going on in episode 5 on Saturday, all right? So be there or be square. Saturday at 3 p.m. Doug. I will be back on that shit. So I do appreciate y'all for hanging out, man. W stream today. Can't end like this yet. Well, too bad. I finished what I wanted to do today, so. But I do appreciate y'all for hanging out, man. If you are new here though and you did enjoy, make sure to follow, YouTube, subscribe, all that fun stuff. I knew Dina was a motherfucker. She was acting mad weird. Everybody's acting mad weird except for Phoenix. Phoenix likes, what the fuck's going on, bro? Okay. But yeah, I am going to hop off, fellas. Not really anybody on I want to raid right now, so I do appreciate y'all. I love y'all. W stream. I'll see you guys on Saturday. We will continue Ace Attorney. Appreciate y'all. Love y'all, man. Peace out, fellas.